Bună ziua, dragi prieteni! Iată-ne.
Good afternoon, dear friends. Here we are at the second edition of the Digital Transformation and Financial Inclusion Conference, DTFINCON 2022. It's my pleasure to welcome you all at the conference or forum where we try to discuss the most important and interesting topics related to digital transformation and financial inclusion. When I say transformation, people can understand very different things behind this notion. That's why we try to be very, well, as specific as possible in order to make this topic understood to every person, to be as inclusive as possible in terms of governmental services, B2B, B2C, and other types of relationships. We organize this event for the AmCham Moldova community, but not only. First, we were thinking more of an in-house event, but then, based on your interest, we decided to make it broader, to make it known to everyone. I am Veronica Sirețeanu. I am Deputy Director of the American Chamber of Commerce in Moldova, and together with our partners in this exercise, and that is FinCon Bank, UT Credit, MasterCard, Moldsel, and Visa. Last but not least, our knowledge partners, PwC, we try to organize the second edition of this conference. The conference will be in two languages, Romanian and English. If you're in the room, I explained a bit earlier how it works. If you are connected online, you can choose either Romanian language channel or English language channel and listen to the conference in one of these languages. As you understand, our today's conference is held in a hybrid regime, online and offline. And during today and tomorrow, we will try to discuss some quite hot topics related to these areas: remote identification, rules related to money laundering. So we will talk about how did the market respond to the regional paradigm shift that happened as of February 24, the Ukrainian war. How does the financial sector respond? How does the IT sector adapt? We will try to debate a little on these topics as well. Of course, we will talk about everything related to e-com, electronic commerce, both from local perspective and regional perspective. And we will touch on another very discussed topic, open banking, the PSD2 directive and its effects. We will have two speakers. One of them will share a regional perspective and another one speak about their own experience of implementing such a mechanism in another country, because in Moldova, these rules are not fully implemented yet. And we will conclude our conference tomorrow with a session about financial inclusion. We talk about financial education and tools that enable the inclusion. In order to discuss these topics, we will try to set the tone through the opening panel, as we call it, where we are honored to be accompanied by people who set actually the rules of the game in this country and everything related to digital transformation and financial inclusion. So I will try to introduce our wonderful today's panel. So to give no priority, I will start from here. Dumitru Alaiba, Chair of the Budget, Economy and Finance Commission in the Parliament of Moldova. Mr. Iurie Țurcanu, who is Deputy Prime Minister in the Government of Moldova. Mr. Octavian Armașu, Governor of the National Bank of Moldova. And Mr. Sergiu Gaibu, the Minister of Economy of Moldova. And since we really want opening panels not just to be a number of speeches one by one, we decided to have some discussion with our guests. And since we mentioned everything that happened since the 24th of February and the potential effects of the war in Ukraine, Mr. Țurcanu, may I try to ask you to tell us if you believe that the effects of this war could be boosting digital transformation in Moldova, I mean governmental level not only, or that they would rather lead to some regress or going back. What do you believe about this? First of all, thank you for inviting me to this discussion with these wonderful people, the ones who are actually deciding on the directions of digital transformation in the banking sector, because real sector of economy was always the spearhead of all innovations happening in our country, technology innovations and so on and so on. I am very glad that this innovation spirit we still have despite of the circumstances. And with reference to the difficult context, because besides having a military conflict in our region, the consequences of this war are not displayed only on the territory of our neighboring country. It would be cynical probably to say that we should take advantage of this situation. However, if we follow what happened over the last decades to take a longer time frame, with every cataclysm, a global issue or challenge that comes, technology leaps forward at a very high quality. This happened with the financial crisis, and that led to a number of technologies that absolutely new, like cloud computing, various things that are optimizing expenses. The same happened when we encountered the global issue that still exists. Well, shadowed by our conflict in the region, but I mean the pandemic. And I don't need to convince you that the pandemic redefined everything related to IT, not only in the context of people working day to day in this field, but for all companies, for all organizations. There was a reformatting of the processes, of the working styles, of everything in economy and resilience of such organizations, companies, authorities. So everything was totally redefined. I'm confident that a war cannot bring in no form, in no way, it doesn't bring anything good. And still, I believe that there are some things that we should state clearly in this context. Any problem that comes ahead generates new challenges and new opportunities. And you have seen lately that what happened in the parliament approving some decisive laws in the digital dimension, they were generated by these circumstances. We don't have a lot of time. The circumstances don't allow us to think too long, to maneuver for too much time, to have too much philosophy in our digital agenda. So the time requires us to act now, to be firm, to be aligned to the same values if you want to really achieve a digital effect. So right now we are redefining, we are writing a digital transformation strategy at national level. I'm confident that many people in this room and the ones who are connected online took part, and certainly the members of AmCham took part in collecting opinions and synthesizing the first drafts of a strategy. And it's clear that the context redefined now what a digital strategy means for a country. This time we were thinking mostly about building, and we were dreaming of technologies, let's say rather futuristic technologies, because when we have day-to-day activity, day-to-day issues, talking about regulating the use of artificial intelligence as it is done by countries that never had, well, did not have any conflicts in the last decades, that would be really a dream so far, especially under current circumstances where a significant dominance of what digitalization means in our country will be played by resilience. So we will focus on cyber defense, data protection, implementing data governance requirements, because everything that happened from 24th of February onwards made us rethink entirely the administrative system and build relations with our partners in an entirely different manner. Well, we will suffer some impact, and I think that, as always, in case of other cataclysms as well, after this impact this will be followed by strong progress. It will blow new energy, then help us implement the things that we want to do for the benefit of our nation. Thank you very much, Mr. Țurcanu, for this answer. And I believe that, well, it would be logical to understand that if we talk about the effects the Ukrainian war had on digital transformation, let's maybe try to move even further on financial inclusion. And here I would like to ask Mr. Armașu to tell us from his point of view, do you believe, how are these effects felt on the financial system, the regulator who has to cope with these challenges following the war in our region? And what do you think will be the development of the main indicators? So give us some small spoiler for us to know what to expect in the nearest future. Well, the consequences of a war in the economic field is a really debated topics. You have seen that recently there were talks in the parliament, and they continue to be in the focus of a society, and that is natural because the effects are strong. And all state institutions are now looking for solutions to ensure a more proper response to these new challenges. But with respect to today's subject, I would like to, it resonates a lot with the priorities of a national bank, both financial inclusion, this is one of our goals, and digitalization. I would like to, well, the war is on for like last 2 months, but in these 2 months, no major changes happened on the digitalization side, because we also follow the information security side to try to have newer, braver approaches, but still at the global level, with the pandemic and everything else, in all countries, there's more relaxed monetary policies, and they led to a larger capital availability that was attracted from new sectors, especially from the fintech sector. Large capitals were attracted, and we see a very fast development all over the world in the development of new services and new businesses that are providing new services. So having capital, they attracted good people, good professionals. And we notice that sometimes they try to penetrate markets with their services, maybe providing some offers, and they are coming up with some lower price offers, and this makes problems to the main players on this market. That's a challenge for the regulators. Regulators generally face several challenges in this respect. You see, we as a regulator has a rather conservative approach, but this is sealed into our mandate. So regulators try to find a balance in the need to move on with innovations, to accept new players on the market, and at the same time to keep the financial system intact, and meaning that to ensure its stability, business continuity for financial institutions that are on the market. There are big challenges in terms of the fact that sometimes innovations are much faster than regulations. And here, regulators are looking for solutions of how should they create conditions for innovation development. And we at the National Bank really put a lot of thought into this. Back to the National Bank and what we do. Yes, we also think that we need to re-technologize, and my overall feeling is that we are lagging behind a little. You know, that sad story with the bank fraud pushed us backwards, and we lost some years only dealing with repairing the negative effects caused by the fraud, and we did not have a possibility to focus our efforts on developing new dimensions and innovations. Now we try to recover, and we see the greatest innovation, fintech development potential in the payments dimension. That's where it's most simple to implement it here, to implement some technology news. In terms of regulation, we want to implement the PSD2 directive. It's a EU directive that provides for many changes that should happen here as well, including open banking, which actually allows or takes away the monopoly on transactions from the bank that holds the account. This is a very open system, but at the same time, you realize that it has to be, have a great security, and that brings challenges as well. We hope that this approach will open new opportunities for investments. So we are doing what all countries are doing. We create public goods called infrastructure, IT infrastructure, payment infrastructure. In this case, we are about implementing an instant payment system that is meant to enable the implementation of PSD2 directive, and in turn it will allow implementing new payment tools, and we hope we will be able to attract investors here, and let this be a call to investors come into the fintech sector of Moldova. And of course, this infrastructure, we will invest in it from public funds, because it is infrastructure equal to other infrastructure elements that the country has, like roads or like water supply system. So we are doing exactly the same thing. It is an infrastructure element that is necessary in the 21st century. And an important thing is for the society to be ready for such innovations. An important element is financial education. We got involved in a big financial literacy project, and we took the role of national coordinator in this financial literacy project, and we'll probably need to focus more on the new technologies and fintech as well. In the end, I would like to say that we, the Republic of Moldova, having all our history behind, we have no other solution but to embrace an innovation pathway. And this can be ensured only by a cooperation of regulators, investors, state authorities, and market players. In other words, we can achieve this if we implement it with strong state institutions and circumstances that create interest for our investors. Thank you. Well, I also hope that we'll come together with conditions that will create interest for the players that already exist on the market. Well, I totally agree. And when we talk about attracting investors or the other way around, attempting to stimulate local investment, and if we connect this a little to everything related to our current situation, I think that I have one more question, which will not be for you, Mr. Armașu. I think it's better suited for Mr. Gaibu. And it is about the way this situation reshaped to some extent the economic activities, because the pandemic brought online a lot of businesses. It moved into e-commerce. And now, with this situation in our region, the electronic commerce continues to develop in the same way. Do we still highlight that, or did we leave it aside and we focus on some other activities? Because e-commerce is not an activity per se, it's a way of running an activity. So what's the position of the Ministry of Economy in this respect? It would be really interesting to find out. Thank you very much for your question. Indeed, this crisis and the nearby war brought up some challenges, and I think this is the year with greatest uncertainties, and I think everyone sees that, and everyone in this panel knows that, and it's really challenging to make any forecasts now and to direct resources towards the goals that would fit best to cope with these challenges. Being a bit closer to operational data, and despite of what is being discussed, economic life is very dynamic, because from the beginning of the war, we already had a total suspension of some imports and exports, and down to the level that in some sectors, the level recovered, or even it is much higher than in the previous year. So economic operators are very dynamic and inventive. Well, there are some that will always pull the government, say, we need it, and we really need government support. But there are some others that are really active and creative, and they adjust to the new situation. And I think in the future, we will see that reflected in statistics. In IT, because this is the key topic of today, we have had a great increase in 2021, 35% increase of a sector. And that is related to creating of value-added exports reached over 350 million US dollars, given that total exports were 3.1 billion US dollars. That accounts for more than 10%, about 11 or 12% of total exports. And 5 years ago, the IT export was insignificant, and it grew 5 times over in the last 6 years. What does that mean? We have good preconditions for other goals: financial services, e-commerce, and we have a sector that's quite well set right now. And what's most interesting, it doesn't stop, because in the end of the year, last year, at the beginning of current year, we had around 1,000 residents in the IT park, and now we reach 1,100, according to the latest data, with over 15,000 employees working in this field. And the next step would be to expand the virtual services. And I think this is what we should aim for. For this reason, we are already preparing an extension or something similar to the IT park in order to stimulate services into virtual services. There is a great potential, and it would be a pity to waste it. So we're talking about BPO. We're talking about services that can be provided remotely, and we need services provided remotely. Financial services, including fintech, is a service that is specific for a financial sector that is already provided remotely. And we have some directions that can be capitalized on, and we want to create a favorable environment for this large sector. continues to grow. And I saw that Paribas also made announcements that they want to outsource some of the data processing or contract processing and so on. And I think that we as a country have a great potential because we have two resources in Moldova: land, soil, and people. And I think that people are the most important resource that we can use. And this direction is a good one. Moreover, in this uncertainty in our region, this field needs initial investment, and it shows less uncertainty to the investors to come over and invest. So I think it's important to work on this and have it as a spearhead, as the IT park was, in order to encourage national economic growth and to make use of human resources that are not used somehow, because we have many graduates in these fields in law, economics, and they could fit very well. The second direction is innovation, because indeed here we're like behind in this field. Too little was done in Moldova. Countries around us are advancing much faster, Ukraine included. It has a very interesting platform for innovation stimulation. Many other countries had similar projects, and we, together with USAID, the Future Technologies Project, well, together we want to have a similar project on ODIM platform so that we can stimulate innovations in Moldova with a mechanism of evaluation that's a bit different from other programs, because this is an indeed different program. We will pilot it, and the formula that will bring good results, we will scale it up. And there is an openness with international partners to help us in this field. With e-commerce, the same. First of all, we have a digital development program that is part of the ODIM portfolio, and it focuses on digitalization per se, to help digitalize processes in organizations, small and medium enterprises. And at the same time, it has a subcomponent where it focuses on e-commerce, and it is ready to help cover the expenses related either to packaging, because often if we have to test or send a project, it means different packaging. It has to be protected in order to reach the destination in their initial status. So these elements of packaging, transportation, electronic communication, these are also subject of a digitalization program. Also, together with the Future Technologies project, we have piloting in e-commerce in a number of fields. Why do we do that? Because we wanted to optimize the legal framework. There's a draft on the platform of the Economic Council, and at the same time with USAID, we have a project where, together with experts, we facilitate a number of companies from different sectors, such as food and food industry, textiles, other products, so that together with the economic operator, they can go through all of the steps related to e-commerce outside the Republic of Moldova, and to identify the challenges encountered by the economic operator that are specific for every sector, and then they will be part of be encompassed in a report and lead to legal amendments in order to simplify the procedure. And once this is over, we will create the legal provisions and include in the e-commerce package that we're already working on, which will help and stimulate the electronic commerce in country and outside. All these projects are being implemented right now. Unfortunately, now in relation to, they are affected by the crisis, but we believe that this is a field that will not stop despite of all crises, and it continues to show interest and economic growth. When it comes to economic education, I made some calls, not to public, but towards media agencies, but I'm extremely open to come personally and discuss about economic education, not just to ask political questions and what's the strategy or what's the policy in a field or another, or how do we treat one problem or another, but to clarify the issue in its essence, to give people an understanding of what an economic phenomenon means, what an economic policy means, what are key elements of such a policies, why some things don't work and some work. And now I'd like to make a call. I'm entirely open. Who wants? I'm ready to get involved in such a project. Let's go and discuss. And not only myself, I'm sure that other members of a government, be it the Ministry of Agriculture or Mr. Țurcanu in digitalization field, I'm sure that we could create a very interesting project. That's why we are gladly available to explain phenomena, to make some separate education so that things would be clearer for people and they can make decisions what is suitable. I don't want to monopolize our discussions. I'll conclude here, and if there are questions, I will kindly answer.
Ce înseamnă comerțul electronic este cumva pe buzele
e-trade is a thing that everybody is talking about. We dedicate whole sessions in public events in order to elaborate on this topic. We participate in the meeting of the economic platform, chaired by Mr. Țurcanu, where we also try to discuss, to see how the e-trade can foster the development of areas. But nevertheless, what you've said is important. There are a number of initiatives, and from the previous speakers, we have heard that there are a series of initiatives, Digital Package 2, a very nice initiative, Mr. Țurcanu, was passed yesterday. So today the law on the services was passed. Yes, I've seen, but I did not see how it happened because I was getting ready for this event, but I've heard about it. I've heard that the law was passed. So we are waiting to be able to use a signature as an element of remote identification. And as I've said, remote identification is an important element for our community, for the whole financial and business community that is forward-looking and sees development prospects and opportunities to attract new customers using this signature. I know that in the Parliament, a number of initiatives have been tabled that somehow affect the digital transformation and financial inclusion area. So, Mr. Alaiba, I would challenge you to tell us, because digital transformation requires courage, and we need people courageous enough. Because if you are very courageous, but you do not have a parliament to back you, then the initiative will be somewhere on shelves, left there for dozens of years. So I would highly appreciate, Mr. Alaiba, if you could tell us about some of the initiatives that we have discussed recently in a meeting on AmCham platform, or thank you, Veronica. Thank you for the invitation, and I am glad to see face-to-face after 2 years of conferences and roundtable discussions on Zoom. Finally, we are in the same room and we do not hide behind face masks, and we have a chance to talk. I'm very glad to see you. And as you've said yourself, any transformation requires effort and resistance and skepticism. And by the way, speaking about digital transformation, this process did not start recently. From my own experience, I remember 10 years ago how difficult it was to persuade decision makers about some basic things. And I think this is the lesson that we have learned. Yes, we upgrade, we have to modernize, we have to make this transformation, because we have to admit, I don't think that this is a secret, but we are indeed lagging behind in the digital area, financial area. And if we keep on participating in lots of roundtable discussions and workshops to try to talk to those that do not believe that such things are possible in Moldova, who do not believe that our society is ready, they say others are ready, we are not. But this is maybe the main thing that I am trying to take into account, and the main guide that I use in my work, that yes, indeed, this requires effort, an effort that we have to make. And oftentimes it is easier to rely on experts because there are people that are more knowledgeable than us in this area. So we have to consult them, we have to listen to them to triangulate the opinions. But yes, indeed, any transformation, and also the digital transformation, has some levels of risks. We have to be aware of that. And we have to be aware that there is a risk to make mistake. We should not be afraid of making mistakes. But at the same time, we have to know that as long as others succeeded, we can succeed as well. So this is the standard discussion when we address these initiatives. I can remind you about the first digitalization package. Well, I do not want to say that we are so good, but indeed, it's difficult for me to imagine the previous parliament to pass such a thing, the unilateral recognition of electronic signatures issued in European jurisdictions, while we're waiting for the secondary law legislation. Yes, indeed, there are many things that have to be completed in order to ensure implementation. But along the time, the biggest bottleneck used to be the parliament that did not believe in such things. The governor also has mentioned about the second package. This is a draft received from the National Bank, and we are eager to have it passed in the second reading. We have several steps to do on some initiatives so that such players as Wise, Revolut enter our market. And this is a good thing for consumers, for citizens. That's another thing to take into account, because often when we speak transformation, there will be losers. There will be individuals or entities that will be affected somehow, but we should not allow to become their hostages. We have to think about the future of our economy. We have to think about the future of our financial system and the comfort of our people. So we have to choose the future. We should not be the hostages of the past. Another initiative that we are discussing about, as you have mentioned, is KYC. We know how much all players of the financial market are waiting for this. And we are discussing with the National Bank now in order to reach a more correct version for all stakeholders. Because as we've discussed this Monday, we started with a more simplistic formula. And I believe that it's worth elaborate the text in the law in order to have a clear legislation. There are risks in place. We have to be aware of them and address them. And also, speaking about financial inclusion and how a financial system will benefit and how it can be an opportunity for entrepreneurs, for the economy as a whole, for each consumer, and in particular for small entrepreneurs. So it is time to have a discussion about costs. And here I'm speaking about setting a ceiling for fees for the card payments. This is a limitation, especially for small entrepreneurs that end up to pay up to 2 or even 3% of their turnover as fees for banking card payments. And this affects them because many of them have very small margins. 10–15% is their whole margin. And if you have to pay a VAT 20% and 2% for payment by credit card, that's not correct for them. And we will have some initiatives that we will announce soon. I do not want to make any spoilers now, but we will have to intervene because we are living in the same country and we would like everyone to succeed. That's why we have to think how we will fit in the ecosystem of this country. There are lots of other things I wanted to say, but I forgot them. So we will wait for you to tell us more, maybe later. So regarding financial inclusion, unfortunately, in the Republic of Moldova, we are lagging behind significantly. Why? Because we have a banking system that is quite strong. We have the microfinance institutions. So the intermediary tools are strong. But we are lacking payment and direct crediting instruments. That's a big problem. And we have felt this problem during the crisis, in spite of the skepticism of Moldovan people and the fact that business operators are tougher. Our economy used to operate on the basis of trust, elementary trust, unprotected trust. And of course, during a crisis, the trust is eroded because the risk increases. And these economic chains that were formed on the basis of trust were disrupted. And this multiplied the crisis effect on the national economy. We had business operators that accepted to be paid in 30 or 40 years. They requested to be paid in advance. Why? Because we do not have any tools to guarantee that this payment will be done indeed in 30 or 40 days. By the way, today in the parliament, though it is regarded as a small technical change, but these bonds that can be issued since 2018 by limited companies and municipalities will have an executory nature. What does it mean? It means that upon their maturity, you do not need to go to the court. You can go directly to the court bailiff to have that enforced. This is broadly implemented at the international arena. So, because in the current legal framework, there is no difference between the guarantee periods. That's why we have to improve the legal framework regarding the good guarantees. It can be a bond or a payment, a delayed payment, on the basis of which the factoring is working, because factoring is not working properly in Moldova as well. Unless we have these guarantee tools, we have such disruptions during the crisis periods. So business operators make a step backwards, and the trust that was the basis of their relationships in the past dissipates. That's why we have to work. We have to improve the legal framework. That's a broad range. where we have to make improvements, and on the basis of these amendments, the digital tools can be developed, because the digital tools, for example, KYC and other instruments, become electronic. And if we have a regulatory framework that is supporting by guarantees this, then they are accepted very easily by the parties. I agree. What you have said indeed has a significant impact on the financial inclusiveness, including of business operators. Dear colleagues, is there anyone that would like to add something? I just want to say a thing. I think we have mentioned it quite often. It was mentioned by Mr. Alaiba. Digital transformation is not only about changing the tools, but it is about changing the mindset and the things that could not have been imagined previously. And you remember when we had to go to the prosecution office to explain why we opened the data sets for businesses to be able to use them. But today, much more transformational things can be done and are done. Well, we can tell the whole story. So we went together to the prosecution office to provide explanations. This happened in 2015, if I'm not mistaken. So we finally published, after 1 year of debates and ping pong, and including lots of discussions in the media with other institutions, we have managed to receive a thing that is a banal thing right now. We've managed to publish the names of founders of Moldovan companies. And this information became public. It was published on a monthly basis, and the second publishing, the National Center for Personal Data Protection, sent the case to the prosecution office, claiming that this was unlawful, and we had to go to the prosecution to provide explanation. So after this information was published, developers prepared some or developed some applications, some software that increased the transparency even more. Before that, in Moldova, the things were like this. If you wanted to find out the names of the founder of a certain company, you had to go to the state registration company to submit a written request, pay a fee of 126 lei for one entity. Now you can press Control F and find all the names that you are interested in. But back then you had to wait for 5 days to receive information about the founder. And there were many cases when during these 5 days, the member of parliament would call the journalist and ask, but why are you searching for information about me? And including with threats and so on. So that was the situation before this change was made. Okay, if there are no other comments for the opening panel, I would like to thank you for finding time to be with us so that we can launch together the second edition of DTFINCON. And maybe we can generate some ideas that we can discuss in the following panels so that we can elaborate on them together with the national and international speakers that we will meet today and tomorrow. Thank you very much and see you soon. And now we'll have a 5-minute break. We are getting ready for the first panel. So we'll see you in 5 minutes. I would say that maybe we could start our discussion about at the macro level, and then we can discuss how we consumers are impacted by these changes, changes that we never even thought about before February 24th. Yes, sure. I think inflation is the thing that impacts us the most, and all the analysts are discussing about this. The emerging countries realized that they are part of a whole value chain. They are not as isolated as they thought. And it is interesting that all of the forecasts of the National Bank show that the inflation will slow down and will get back to the targeted amount in 5 or 6 quarters. But it is kind of weird because now the prices for the raw material so in addition to this price, people have to pay by 20-30% more just to have access to something. Yes, you can buy what you need from another country, even from Australia, but you have to pay by 20-30% more just to make sure it's available. So I believe that all of these factors will result in a high inflation for quite a long period. In addition to that, we are also affected by the country risk, which increased significantly for Moldova from 4-5 percentage points to 10-11. Of course, it's quite difficult to define the country risk, but I would like to see here if Vasile Tofan, that I have the honor to present, shares the same idea that the country risk of Moldova has increased significantly. So maybe you can, Vasile, you can tell us the situation of Moldova compared with other countries in the region. And what is the offer? We used to be attractive for certain things. Now I believe that we have lost that comparative advantage. I can tell you that I'm in the Central Europe now, and discussions that Hungary, Poland, the Czech Republic have low salaries have elapsed during this period. The low salaries are not an advantage anymore to attract investments. And I believe this is true for Moldova as well.
Thank you very much for inviting me, and thank you, Dumitru, for the question. I will introduce myself. I'm a partner for capital and direct investment. We manage a large amount of investments, and a full disclaimer: in Moldova currently we have 2 investments. We are minority investors in Purcari, which is stock listed, and MAIB, together with our partners in Lautenbert, EBRD. So to answer Dumitru's question, I will not surprise anyone by saying that investors are a bit confused right now. I don't think that Moldova is the first country that would attract extraordinary interest and enthusiasm to multiply the money. Indeed, the truth is that the global capital is managed by pragmatic people, not to say cynical. And when you have opportunity to choose countries, you look at things in a quite dry way. So imagine you are a portfolio analyst like Dumitru. So you have 192 portfolios and you eliminate 50 of them immediately. So Moldova will be there, and Moldova will be just a column there in the table were a number of columns. Most of them have some some acronyms, three-letter acronyms on the top, and it shows the risk cost for our country, what's IRR explained for our country, and many other acronyms like that. If I were clearly just to look at the cost of capital for Moldova without any patriotism, I would say the cost of capital for a private company is about 20-23%. If it's with a free rate risk of at least 15%, since the National Bank raised the reference rate to 15%, which means that the risk rate should be even higher, with a premium of at least 8%. So I don't think I will reach a number that is lower than 23%. So obviously, when the cost of capital is that high and you want to have a return over this capital cost, then it becomes quite expensive for us. I understand that this introduction is quite dark, and at the same time, it wakes up to reality and leads to the next question. What should we do to be interesting for the investors? And these are the main topics we're going to discuss today. I agree, and thank you, Vasile. I think being dark now is not a bad trait. It's actually a good one when you talk about money. But I would like to talk now to Alexandru, who somehow gave me the impression that the current war exposed the systemic weaknesses that we have as a country. But somehow we had a similar episode before, and I would like to ask Alexandru, do you believe, well, first of all, list us what are the weak sectors? Some of them are very obvious, but which of them changed over time? Which of them are ready for a global change or which are not? So what's your opinion? Which sectors still have to do their homework? Before moving on, Alexandru, I would like us to introduce each of you before going into discussion to make sure that everyone knows you. I know you all, and I'm very happy and glad that proud of you being here. But I think it's a good idea for all people in the room and behind the screen to know you. Alexandru Fală is a program director at Expert Group, independent think tank. Dumitru Slonovschi, next to him, is founder and CEO of Magenta. We all know it's one of the largest, I don't know how to call it, social research and marketing company. And of course, Vitalie Tataru, who is very well known in fintech because he's also founder and managing partner of AC Tech. I just wanted to describe it. Sorry, Alexandru, now I'll let you talk. I would like to greet you hello and thank you for inviting me. I think I could answer this question for analysis from two perspectives. I would like to talk about the channels through which we import crises, because in most cases, the crises that Moldova encountered were imported. And secondly, I would like to talk about sector-based analysis and the way they were ready for the crisis. Speaking of channels through which crises were imported, I think we need to say that since we are a small open country, usually we get the crisis through exports, through remittances. Unfortunately, they don't come through foreign direct investments because we don't have any, because we have very small foreign direct investment. And moreover, FDIs are often reflected in statistics only as a reinvestment made previously. Looking at experts, experts almost always have been a source of crisis for us. This happened in 1999 when we had the Russian Federation crisis, then in 2006 with Monero for exports of wine products in 2009, then in 2014, 2015, in 2020, and now to some extent, but not that large, because well, speaking what the foreign environment made Moldova do is to redirect from a market that was only bringing problems to us. And I think it's not a secret that unfortunately the Russian market was often generating problems for our national economy, and not because of economic factors. This is what happened in 2006, 2013, partially in 2014 and 15, and now again because some non-economic factors we have this situation. And because of the fact that this was done against Moldova, nowadays Moldova is much more resilient, at least when it comes to exports, because we talk about three countries, Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus. We export only 14% to them, and most of it is to the Russian Federation, around 10%. And these, well, there are two big categories of products that we export: fruit, especially apples, and pharmaceuticals. But pharmaceuticals is not a large problem because mostly we were re-exporting pharmaceuticals to the Russian market. So this export channel is a good one. And the interesting thing is that if our export to the Commonwealth of Independent States represented around 14%, then at least in the first quarter of 2022, the export of goods increased by 55%. I don't know if we could keep this level, this growing trend for the entire year, but if we have a growth rhythm of around 20% in exports, we will certainly cover for this loss. And back at the remittances, they played different roles. In 2009 to 2015, remittances were an important channel of importing the crisis. While in 2006, that was the inflow of currency that somehow helped the economy and helped us against the shock set by the bans set by the Russian Federation. And in 2020, remittances played a very good role for us because in exports we had a very big decrease, but remittances, if I'm not mistaken, they actually increased a little bit, and it helped stabilize the national economy in 2020. So now there is some reduction in remittances, but the Russian Federation is not a large problem for us because the share of remittances from Commonwealth of Independent States out of total remittances was around 14% in 2021. For you to understand, in 2013, before the 2014 crisis, because in 2014, 2015, we had several crises. We had a regional crisis, we had a banking crisis, and a drought, and a political crisis. So in 2013, the share of remittances from Russian Federation accounted for around 2/3 of total remittances. And it decreased a lot over time. So not in remittances, not in exports, we are not heavily affected because of Russia. We more influenced by imports, especially fertilizers, because we were importing that from Commonwealth of Independent States, and obviously the import of gas. Very briefly, to talk about sectors, there are some sectors that learned the lesson that they need to be very careful when deciding what market to look towards, and that's especially the winemaking sector, which had a crisis in 2016, hit again in 2013, but that crisis was not that heavy, and in 2020 they were affected. Of course, the export works hard, and many companies were exporting through Odessa, but for them the loss of the CIS market is not that much of a blow. And we have some other sectors who did not learn this lesson, and they continued to work towards an uncertain market, and that's especially about fruit export, which is affected because they were mostly looking towards the CIS market. That would be a brief answer. Alexandru, you shared some optimism, saying that Some sectors restructured their business, and we have Vasile as a clear example with his restructured team, who managed to use the crisis as an opportunity. And I would like to ask Vasile, is the country risk or the capital risk that we discussed before, could that force authorities to change their attitude towards bureaucratic obstructions? Is that could also be a crisis that would lead to an opportunity and make authorities change their attitude? Thank you, Dumitru, for your question. I think this is one of the competitive advantages that we may have, objectively speaking, and leaving patriotism aside and looking at things at cold. Look, as an investor or through the eyes of an investor, Moldova doesn't have that many things to offer. We were a small market under 3 million. It was a market were not that interesting. We are a market in a relatively turbulent region. We have a demographic, negative demographic trends. We can't even count on this small market becoming bigger over time. And this means that the only strategy, realistic strategy we could have is as a platform for experts for other large markets in the region. And that would be as the strategy of Ireland, which adopted this strategy in the 70s or 80s. Also the strategy of Singapore, so sort of a regional hub, which is a platform to access, in our case, market of Ukraine, Romania, Poland, Turkey. And very rationally, everyone can answer, what do you need? Like if you want to become such a platform, obviously you need to compete through a very liberal regime of bringing business. So you have to be one head above other regional competitors. We need to say that in Romania, it takes you X time to start a business. You can do it 3 times faster in Moldova. In Romania, there are so many fees that are 3 times lower here. This is how much you spend for tax reporting, and this is how you spend here. In Hungary, you need to spend that many days for bankruptcy resolution, and we have that many days. So this is the advantage that you could offer, because only that things work much faster. Secondly, you need a very good infrastructure. Well, someone got from the store warehouse in Chișinău, got in 45 minutes to Leușeni, cross the border in 30 minutes, and they're on the European road. So we need to address the structural bottlenecks. That's a very the second biggest obstruction, I think. And then Adam Smith or Karl Marx, I don't remember for that, but you need to look at the production factors. Production factors are people, capital, and land. Labor, capital, and land. So let's look at each of them. Labor, people. We don't have a lot of population. Unfortunately, demographic dynamics is negative. It has to be addressed. We can't hope that Moldovans will start making more children. And even if they do, that will reach their production peak in 20-25 years. So we need to think about immigration. And I think that is a word that scares very many people. And because we are a society that is traumatized, unfortunately, by Soviet orthodoxy and mysticism related to that comes from the East, that doesn't make us very open to foreign cultures. And as soon as we talk about immigration, people start, or various forces start to scare us about 30,000 Syrians, and other things. But the truth is that we don't have a solution to the labor question without being very open to immigration. And from the beginning, we need to do that at countries that are closer to us. Let's say to issue working permits, residence permits to anyone from European Union, Romania, for Ukrainian citizens or countries from Central Asia. I think that would be a solution that could help us a lot on the labor side. Also here, secondly here, we need to think how to stimulate, how to encourage and bring into this segment digital nomads. I really Googled digital nomads best countries, and I checked the tops, and unfortunately Moldova is far from there. There are countries like Portugal, Montenegro, Romania, Bulgaria. We should be there as well, you know, and this is a marketing issue. Even the fact that we announce a digital nomad visa and say that every digital nomad that comes to Moldova would receive a small medal at the entrance to the airport, and 2 or 3 things like that. I think even that can make a big change. At least people will start to talk about us in this context. Secondly, capital. Capital is expensive in Moldova, especially equity capital. It misses. So let's divide debt capital, equity. On that side, we are more or less okay. Banks are well capitalized. I think we have more capital than on the debt side, more than clients. So more or less we are fine in this respect. However, possibly when we speak about the next chapter, there should be some initiatives that the regulators could do to relax the capital restrictions. The big issue is on equity side. Let's divide it into private equity and public equity. Private equity, we don't quite have funds that would invest in Moldova and would give capital to startups, to SMEs and corporations, and we need to encourage them to come. I don't know. We need to sit down, call all regional private equity funds and say, why don't you come to Moldova? What should we do for you to invest in Moldova? Who should we talk to for you to invest? So we need to attract them. We need to become interesting for them. And, you know, getting the phone and the calling, I think we could be surprised by the interest we may generate. And 2.B is public equity. And I think maybe I will be quite radical. Well, natural advice. Let's build an exchange in Moldova. Let's change some laws to make our stock exchange work. I think that's a noble idea, but the results would be neglectable. You know, even if we adapt all the laws so that our stock exchange works and we make a good website, it will not work because we don't have public equity. Not having asset managers, even if you have intentions, you will not have a capital supply. So we need to harmonize with the external stock exchanges. For instance, the Romanian one. In Romania, there are pension funds that they generate 150 million euros of new contributions. So if we talk about with pension funds in Moldova, they have nothing to invest in. So they need new issues. So if we could secure our depository with the Romanian depository, we would eliminate some legal bottlenecks. I think that many companies from Moldova could access the capital market from Romania, including SMEs, the aero market from BBV. And the third one, with land. I will make a statement that maybe will not be politically popular, but the truth is that foreigners cannot own land in Moldova. The question is why. When this discussion happened in Ukraine, of course, there are some populists saying that these bad capitalists want to sell our land to the foreigners. This is like we want to protect Stefan Chalmare's land and we don't want to give it to the foreigners. We should be ready for such debates. And if we want our land to be cultivated and have high productivity, we need foreigners to invest in our land. And that will raise the cost of the land. This will land the cost. So sorry for a long answer, but these are some simple things that it's not difficult to change and they could help. You are right, Vasile. The discussion about immigration or about land is something popular in the entire Central and Eastern Europe. And you know, if we were to move faster, we could get an advantage here. But Alexandru, let's suppose that we call the private equity funds from the region, invite them over. Of course, an important element would be macro-financial stability. And we noticed after Russia that the currency reserves are the foundation of macro-financial stability. What do you think? A reduction in the currency reserves over recently, is this a bad, a good sign? Should we be concerned about that? And what would be the macro-financial development as a core element? I will be optimistic. You know, actually, I am optimist usually, especially after I listen to Arestovich. The Republic of Moldova. Well, let's look at it after the crisis of 2009. The Republic of Moldova has always had a relatively good situation in terms of macro financial stability, except for the period of 2014 to 2015. But that was not a problem of macro financial stability. It was obviously about the banking system. So let's define financial stability as a budget deficit, public debt, inflation, exchange rate, and reserves. But if we look at these indicators, we see that all of the time they are quite good. Let's look at public debt. That's an interesting discussion. The Republic of Moldova always, after 2009, had a public debt. Okay, in 2021, we finished the year with a public debt reported to GDP as 30%. That's very good for Moldova. It means, because we have this traditional approach that derives from convergence to Eurozone, that says that for a country, public debt of 60% of GDP, only in this context, public debt is a burden and leads to constraints. So Moldova can get indebted equally as much as we have today, so that we could start to say that it's a burden, public debt is a burden. So Moldova had a public debt that was always quite small, including in 2016, when the guarantees for the emergency credits were transferred into public debt. So when the billion was shifted to the recovery of a billion was shifted to the shoulders of the taxpayers, and even at that time, it was quite okay. Budget deficit. You know, our law says, the law on financial and budgetary accountability says that budget deficit should be lower than 2.5% of GDP, and it can be higher only if resources are found to cover for it. In 2020 only, we had a budget deficit that was higher than 2.5%, and probably this year we'll have it too. Or maybe not. Maybe it will not happen. It could be better. Inflation was generally always in the set corridor. Only in 2015, we were out of the set corridor. And obviously this year, and I think next year as well, we will be much over line. So the currency reserves, after 2009, we always had reserves, even in 2015, not even to mention 2021, where we had a level of reserves of $4 billion. Yes, we spent a lot of the reserves, but despite that, we have good reserves, and I will explain you why. There are several indicators that talk about sustainability of currency reserves. For me, one of the important ones is the ratio between currency reserves and the M2 monetary aggregate that represents all lei that exist in the Republic of Moldova, both in circulation and the one stored in deposits. And the Republic of Moldova at the end of 2021 for this indicator has this indicator was 82%. Now this indicator is also 82%. Because how it happened? Moldovans exchanged lei into dollars. They decreased the currency reserves, but at the same time, the lei monetary mass decreased too. So as a result, this indicator that reflects the ratio between M2 and currency reserve is still very high, probably one of the highest value of this indicator in the European area. So even today we have a level of currency reserve that allows us to absorb external shocks. But of course, it would be good not to recourse that often to this tool. To conclude, in terms of financial stability, macro financial stability, we are quite okay. Our issue is that we have quite a high inflation compared to other countries, and that's not only in 2021, but historically, unfortunately, inflation is higher here than in other countries, and that, of course, scares or could scare away or could concern some investors, because higher inflation means tougher monetary policy, and tough monetary policy means more expensive money, more expensive credits. And we understand that investors could be a bit more reticent. That would be the answer. Thank you, Alexandru. Now back to Vasile. You mentioned previously that the banking system is well capitalized, and should it, if it's like that, shouldn't be a flexibility from a banking system to have a different approach towards SMEs? Or how should they adapt when we face these challenges related to the trade with CIS, especially Russia and Ukraine? Do you believe that the banking system is standing strongly on its feet? Thank you for your question, Dumitru. I will start with a brief history of our banking sector in the last 10 years. In 2012-2013, Sure consolidates 3 banks, steals the billion. All of us pay for that, but the effect, at least as equally bad effect, is that after that, the regulator had no other solution than to have a very conservative policies in relation to regulating and cleaning the system. That's the only possible solution at that time, and I'd like to commend the regulator for that. But what does that practically mean? That means that since 2014 and 2015, all banks from Moldova, they lived in a world where the main words were like the meetings of the boards. The main words at the bank meetings were not fintech client app or it was compliance, audit, KYC. This is the world where the banks lived in. And this was the period that coincided with a fintech revolution in the world. People were asking, how do we simplify banking services? While here, people at board meetings said that, oh, wait, we need to carry out another audit, we need to toughen our KYC, and we need to make sure we comply. This is an issue, but unfortunately, that was the only solution that it was the only correct priority that the regulator could set and the banks, because before you deal with clients and fintech and something else, we need to clean your house first, and we had a lot of cleaning to do. But microfinancing organizations took advantage of it, including our sponsors. And of course, the market cannot be empty. You realize people have credits, and if banks deal with compliance with KYC, but people want to buy kettles, or go on a vacation. That's why microcredit organizations, and the banks were sleeping somehow. And at some point, the microfinance organization created a consumption credit portfolio of twice as big as all banks together. So it's a shame in a way, you have banks, like important people wearing ties in board meetings. And here some agile kids from Estonia came and they took a chunk of a market than biggest banks in Moldova, and some others from Greece came and took an even bigger chunk. They realized it's quite intimidating that for the banks. Happily, since 2018, things started to change, and I don't mean that we came and we bought some share from Maib or other players came and who bought stock in other banks. But cleaning finished, and we said, where's the client? And say, okay, this client gets credits for 30-40 interest rates from microcredit organizations. Let's provide it. Okay, but how can we provide them credits? Because they don't come anyway. Why don't they come? Why does the client not come? Because you give them a client in 7 days. That's a lot. Let's issue in 3 days. 3 days is a lot. Let's give it in 15 minutes. And we reached that. We in Maib can issue a credit in 15 seconds. If you have My Bank, I encourage everyone to install the app. You can have instant consumption credit. So this is the story of our banking.
Despre PSD2 și fintech și alte lucruri, dar adevărul că baza de start a fost atât de joasă și noi am pierdut atât.
So we are discussing about so many developments, but the idea that we have spent so much time to clean up the system that we lost connection with the client. But now we're waking up. And you see, when the beer is waking up, it does not happen in silence. Lots of things are happening. And as a result of our awakening, the loan portfolio has increased significantly. And the regulator says, look, but you grew too quickly, too much. But we did not do this because we become reckless or very risk-taking when extending loans. It increased so much because we had slept for 5 years. So this is what is happening now. The banking system started to do the core things, because before running, you have to learn how to walk. So now we are still walking, but I am sure that soon enough we will start running. And I hope that at the next meeting, we will be discussing more interesting things rather than how to give a loan in 15 minutes. Yes, I think we have woken up indeed. And Alexandru, do you think that this risk generated by the war created different perceptions? Do you think that the support, the unconditional support that we have, this huge support that we have thanks to the country's leadership, I mean the support from the EU, from the development partners, can it accelerate the structural reforms? Can we have a different situation compared with what we had previously when things were moving very slowly? Do we have a different speed now? It's difficult for me to answer this question. Well, not difficult, but of course, the external support is very important. Well, it's important in terms of mobilizing the resources that we could use different reforms. But the answer, the solution will come from us. As long as we don't do our homework, I don't know if this is the right term, but perhaps we'll not manage to do anything unless we do our homework. So the solution should come from us. But obviously, we still need support from outside. We need support both on the financial arena, but also we need technical support. There are some areas where we have to learn. And in the 21st century, one of the advantages that could help us all move from the capitalist area into the intelligent capitalist era is the cooperation with the external environment. So I believe that on this component related to technical support, technical assistance, expertise, not obtaining expertise, but taking over expertise, taking over knowledge from outside should be used to a higher extent. There are many projects provided trainings, so we have to do we have to acquire that training in a way that as a result of the training we know more than the expert. So our main target should be to acquire knowledge. The external support should increase the level of our knowledge that we can subsequently implement in our country. So that would be my philosophical answer. Yes, it's philosophical. If we have knowledge and if we have infrastructure projects, perhaps this can help us make a leap or a small jump, depending on a number of factors. And I have another question to Vasile. If the geopolitical situation that put Moldova on the first pages of worldwide media, of course, after Ukraine, can it be viewed as an opportunity to make that leap, development leap? The answer is yes, for sure. That's a huge opportunity. Though this sounds kish that every threat of a disaster is an opportunity, but that's true for Moldova. We had the a phrase that we've learned from Hayes, look guys, that's the first time in the history that you have the attention of your world. This will never happen again. That's a huge opportunity. That's what you need now. Now you can tell it. You have the world's attention. And I think this is true. I think Moldova managed the refugee crisis in an admirable way. Moldova proved compassion. Moldova proved that it is a civilized country, a country with a big heart. And in addition to these peaceful parts, Moldova, the world understands that Moldova is an important piece in this mechanism ensuring regional stability. And of course, we have the world's attention, and we have to convert it into money, not to use other words. So we need money now. And of course, now, Dumitru, I don't think that we have to go to capital market to say, look, we would like a Eurobond because we have received refugees. No, but now we can receive loans, both bilateral by the government, and we can receive grants. And I believe that the current governance is doing a wonderful thing in this direction, and it has gained the sympathy and trust. And I believe that the first amounts that we have received, amounts that were announced in Berlin, are not that impressive, maybe 700 million euro. If we think a country of a GDP last year, it was 13 billion US dollars. I believe that we need a stimuli of about 5% of GDP. So that would be about 700 million every year, not a multi-annual program with all sorts of disclaimers and contingencies. So I believe that we need to be insistent. We should not be ashamed. We have to be insistent. And I believe that we can obtain a lot of this money. Yesterday, you've heard that the European Union announced 200 billion US dollars to support the energy project. So these amounts will not change anything in the European or US balance of payment. So we have to be insistent, and money will come to Moldova. But as I've said, we have to do our homework. We have to be able to absorb those amounts. And at a timely moment, the Eurobond, Dumitru is our ambassador, but he knows that you cannot have Eurobond ready in 1 week. So I think now it's time to start working on preparing for this as well, when the markets open, for us to be first in the queue. It was a pleasure to listen to Vasile and Alexandru. I hope that your messages, some of them not very popular, have been heard, that yes, indeed, we should not resort to small measures only. And now I'd like to give the floor to Veronica to announce the next panel. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dumitru. Dumitru has another engagement. That's why he's leaving our panel. But as he said, I am taking over, and I hope it will be at least as interesting and challenging as it was until now. Thinking about what Vasile has said earlier, that this is I think that we have to capitalize on. Well, in the past, we had a similar opportunity when we amended the legal framework to introduce the facilities for the IT industry. Now, speaking about some progresses that we need to have in place, we have to focus on digitalization, not necessarily on digitalization as a process per se, but we have to see IT industry that could facilitate this digitalization. So a question for Vitalie: has this regional crisis affected the IT industry? Resulting in a slowdown in its development rate that we witnessed some time ago, because a challenge is to maintain the human capital in Moldova. So how this crisis impacted the IT sector? Good day to everyone. Yes, indeed, the crisis impacted the IT sector. To what extent? Let's see together. First, this crisis started immediately after the pandemic crisis. Well, it started before the pandemic crisis ended. So I believe that the pandemic measures will continue. Maybe they will not be as strict as they used to be, but nevertheless, they still remain. Considering that the Ukrainian war is a regional event, as Vasile has mentioned, we are not spoiled with direct investments. Now, I believe the investments in the Republic of Moldova will be even more difficult to attract. I cannot say that they will end totally, but I know some IT companies from Ukraine, from Belarus. We were discussing some joint projects with them as partners. So last year we were discussing that we would like to start a project. This project will last for 6 months, and after the lapse of 6 months, we will open a representative office. But after February, all of them gave up on these ideas. In addition to that, other projects such as venture startups, technologies, and fintech, there were very few because the region is small, the market is small. On the other hand, Moldova is a great sandbox, considering that in the past years, especially last year, the legal framework is being amended quickly. We have a digitalization strategy. Well, there are plenty of concrete actions implemented already. A new strategy was announced recently, so I would say that's the good impact. On the other hand, the second dimension, the capacity of Ukrainian companies, of course, was affected by the war. Many companies have relocated, some of them have relocated abroad. So, and the staff was relocated as well. The ones that are still working in Ukraine, and we have joined programs, have tried to securize their staff. But nevertheless, we can see that their delivery capacity decreased and their marketing activity decreased as well. Number 3, it's related to Russian company. It's not a secret that both in Moldova, Ukraine, and Belarus, a large part of companies that are present internationally, many of them, even Russia, left Russia, relocating the headquarters in other countries. You can imagine if the company, the same EPAN, has a Belarusian founder, if it has a revenue of 10% from the CIS territory, they cannot afford the risk. In addition, the solutions of Russian companies that used to be present on the foreign markets now are being investigated, and of course the reluctancy towards those solutions will increase. In some cases, we see some strategies on giving up on these solutions, not to mention the large companies, Microsoft, SAP, Oracle, SaaS. I know SaaS gave up on the biggest distributors from CIS. They said, we are not working with you anymore. It's not because you are bad, but we have a prescription not to have any business, neither with Russian founders, nor with Russian staff. So you have to relocate. So how Moldova was affected? We have less competition from Ukrainian and Belarus players. Also, on the basis of some projects that we are aware of, the presence of Romanian companies is increasing. On the other hand, we can see a vice versa process. Moldovan companies are trying to test the EU market, making more intense efforts. And of course, they start with Romania. Some good things that have been done, such as allowing to employ Ukrainians without work permits. I don't believe that many Ukrainians have been employed, but nevertheless, there are some cases. On the other hand, there are cases when out of some solutions, priority was given to Ukrainian solutions. So there is an impact that can be felt. The technology sector is good, is ready, and of course, if we take additional measures, additional support measures to encourage this sector with investments and human capital, we will see a situation that on the one hand, it's very good that there is demand for qualified staff, but there are not so many professionals of mid-level and high qualification. I believe that the Moldovan market can absorb at least 50% of the total number of professionals that exist in Moldova. And here I would say that we have an urgent need to invest in education, starting from schools. Techville, USAID, with their program of opening training centers in schools. We need to improve the university curriculum. And I believe that we have to think what the government and the associations can do in this regard. We have several associations that have quite a significant role in the Republic of Moldova with the participation of their foreign partners. So I believe that we have the chance to attract funds to invest in the future, both in the mid and long-term future. I totally agree with what you've mentioned regarding resilience or the capacity of the IT sector in the conditions that were generated by the war. Overall, the IT sector is the one that is digitalizing the banking sector, to put it like this. There is a very close connection between the IT and banking sector, considering the fact that the banking sector is lagging behind by several years compared to the region, but nevertheless, it is one of the most digitalized area of the national economy, whether we like it or not. So considering this connection between information technologies and banking area, Mr. Tataru, I'd like to continue with you. Could you please tell us well, we have still some reserves, or in other words, what pillars could contribute to the digitalization of the banking sector at a quicker pace? Maybe the local fintech capital or the providers of technologies in finances to be able to cope with the challenges. Because in the first panel, we have learned that what is happening in the region is an opportunity for us. Is it an opportunity for the banking sector? Is more advanced technology level? We, as a local market, can we make sure that we can provide enough services so that banks are enough to absorb them? Well, there are several pillars. I have not counted them. So if we start counting them, we'll have a kind of portal like in anti-Greece. So we have to start with the legal framework. The legal framework is quite good. It is being improved, nevertheless. I remember when I came back after working in Russia and in international companies, I came back at the beginning of the pandemic period. I spent more time in Moldova, and I see that things are evolving quite well. But these lobbies, T2, they are discussing about it for 2 years already. So if we manage to have it approved in 1 year, that would be an advantage. But nevertheless, my opinion is that the legal framework is quite good. Nevertheless, we can see some good progresses on various platforms, AmCham, ATIC, Economic Council, the European Business Association, and so on. The second pillar is about attracting capital to foster startups. Here, we do not have any legal framework. Well, we cannot say that it's non-existent, but it's not appropriate. In addition, as Vasile said, we have to see what is lacking here. In addition to the European risks, small market, I believe that one of the arguments is that Moldova is a small country, but everything is done quickly here in an efficient manner, so that we can become an ideal sandbox. And I know that the same orange company in Moldova was a sandbox where they tested new technologies, 4G and so on. They were not implemented in France, but they were already available in Moldova. Another thing would be the openness of the financial institutions for local companies and partnerships schemes. That's very important. I know already some good examples, starting with banks and ending with microfinancing companies that are already providing, that are already discussing services jointly with service providers. Another good pillar would be the level of knowledge and competencies. So I am speaking again about education. And I believe that in addition to the educational system, the general one, the mainstream one, I believe that we will need some training in various innovations, starting with blockchain, artificial intelligence, e-learning. Here we have huge gaps. There are few companies providing such services, and I believe that this is a huge opportunity from the business perspectives. So that would be the pillars I wanted to present. I do not want to take all of your day. Well, it's always a pleasure for us to talk to you. So I believe that we will continue the discussion on several other topics. I would like to ask now Vasile. Vasile, you've said that recently banks, or at least on the basis of your experience, banks are focusing on consumer. So from compliance, they're shifting back to consumers. In the opening panel, there was a lot of discussion about the fact that if we are to refer about the boom in fintech, it is mainly related to payments and so on. And we know that the local market has several stakeholders in the fintech and payments that are creating competition for traditional banks. But from the perspective of an investor in a traditional bank, how could a bank find a new, fresh fintech solution related to payment? Well, I cannot tell you the strategy because we will reveal all our secrets to our competitors. I believe that we need to have more competition. The tougher the competition from the small stakeholders, the better for consumers. I believe that one of the discussions that are becoming more and more loud are the limitations on fees, interchange fees, and other fees. I believe we will have this discussion, and I can tell you the synopsis of the previous series. Los will say do not limit, because if you limit, will cut the investments and incentives, and the retail will say, but look, in other countries the fees are smaller, but here the fees are too high. And the truth lies somewhere in between. I believe that the fees cannot be cut too much. If the regulator forces too low fees, eating away the margin, then no more investments will be done in this area, because we have complicated investments, the volumes are relatively small, and because of that, the fees are higher. But I believe that's one of the discussions that we have ahead of us. Number two, we are expecting more innovations. For example, Maiev has launched this mobile post. You can use your phone, and if you have an IC, you can accept payments from your customers. So I believe that more innovations will be implemented in this area, and this will decrease the transaction costs and will decrease the access barriers on the market. And as a result, the payment volumes will increase. I will not speak about PSD2 because we are quite far from it. And again, I return to my example. Before running, you have to learn how to walk. Though maybe PSD2 could be a kind of leap. So we could be the first in terms of open banking. Well, I believe it's more wishful thinking rather than the truth. I don't believe this will happen, but I can give you an example. In 1995, Congo, with a population of 90 million, back then they had 50 million. So in the Democratic Republic of Congo, they had 20,000 phone lines. So it was 0.5 per 1,000. 10 years elapsed, not 10, well, let's say 20. And now everyone has a mobile phone. Congo missed the landline phase. Now they have 15,000 landline numbers. So this theory of leapfrog, it means that sometimes if you have some technologies, they limit the innovation and progresses because you are the slave of the existing technologies. That's why Congo, for example, introduced mobile telephony much quicker than other countries that had quite a developed landline telephony network. So this could happen in our case as well. For example, if the regulator says that we would like to be top in open banking, this might happen. But of course, we have to discuss about it because banks will lose some fees if we implement open banking.
If I understood you right, without knowing too much of your strategy, we are talking about the fact that we tend to ensure a high level of financial inclusion by means of some innovative tools that banks are maybe ready to offer as a healthy competition to the ones that are already on the market with the same instruments, but from before. I don't want to monopolize the discussion. We need to invite other colleagues to talk as well. But if you use the words financial inclusion, I will, since you've used it, I'll take 1 minute. Financial inclusion, I think it's very important, and the rate of consumption is 20%, and it's very small compared to Romania, Georgia, and others. And we're not talking about consumption of, this is not like the consumption of travel per capita or other goods per capita, because we talk about credit to GDP. Our GDP is also small, so these ratios are comparable. We need to understand 9% of credits of GDP is very little, especially with our small GDP. And when we talk financial inclusion, we need to think, what should we do to make sure that people could have access, broad access to credit products, because the person wants today a TV set, wants today a better apartment or to go on a vacation. If you say, oh, no, wait a little, we're not giving it today, you say, okay, I'm going there where I can buy. I move to another country. And I think it's a national priority for us to grow the accessibility of credit. And here's where we talk about financial inclusion. Of course, I understand that the regulator says that we want to protect people against abuse. That's why we include this debt to income regulation. I don't know if you know, but we have this rule where there are certain new standards where the banks need to ensure that the clients can take a credit only when they fulfill certain income requirements. If a person doesn't have income, they can't get a credit. The issue in a rather informal market, if you are selling on the market you have a small business where you make homemade wine and you sell it from you have some income, but it's not proven. You don't have access to a financial market. And on one hand, we talk about financial inclusion. On the other, we try to protect the person. And I understand this initiative is noble, but unfortunately, we exclude large segments of population, and that's around 40% of population. The new rules that were introduced exclude around 40% of potential beneficiaries of consumption credits. And after these norms were approved, we have seen a significant decrease in credit issuance. And sometimes that's the responsibility of the regulator. It's really a heavy job. You want to do good, you want to protect people, but this can lead to undesired consequences. And I agree. And of course, to speak of a behavior of a consumer regarding some decisions made by the regulator or by companies or policies that they promote, of course, it would be valuable to understand maybe a little better how or if the decision of a consumer was influenced by the political and social situation happening right now in the Republic of Moldova. I mean, the war and that wave, if you remember, everyone was reporting that on 24th, 25th of February, there were mass withdrawals of money from the banks, from the deposits, from current accounts, from salary accounts, from all kinds of accounts, in such a way that on one hand, we are kind of talking about financial inclusion, talking about cashless economy, digitization, but when we face a crisis, people act on their basic instincts. And maybe I can ask Dumitru to elaborate a little bit on that. Let's try to understand and anticipate such decisions that a consumer makes in the context of the circumstances. Hello, dear colleagues. Veronica, I will continue the word instinct since you mentioned that. You know, it's curious. We've been talking for an hour about companies, state, stock exchange, and these are very big and important words. But I want to reveal another side, the human side, because we are humans, first of all. And when the COVID crisis started, or the pandemic, and when after the war, after the pandemic, we human beings have an uncertainty, and in our unconscious world, it raises not only primary instincts, basic instincts that coming from reptiloid brain that was before the human one. So decisions we make are influenced by these instincts, and we start to think more of our family, security, food, roof over our heads so that no one kills us, and all the decisions and all our thinking changes all of a sudden. Some background history. On the second day of the war, a true story, we all have some friends, acquaintances who just got on a car and left the country. What was happening? People, business people, people who have banking accounts, several companies, they were withdrawing dividends, taking away all of the money. Some of them were changing them to currency. Others were just buying some more expensive things that were loading into cars, and they were going at least to Yasha and even further. This was the first reaction related to online financial inclusion, or where and how do we keep our money. At the level of companies, you know, we are directors, or a significant share of the directors should understand that we always do research with companies, with citizens, and we need to understand that every second company or every second director believes that the war will get to the Republic of Moldova. This is a reality that we live today. And they declare that one of the biggest impacts, or a large impact, if a war gets here, is that most employees, highly qualified staff, will leave. So besides all business stopping, we will lose the few qualified staff that we have today. Again, from what I remember, the figures, only 20% of companies were stating that they had some commercial relationships with Russia or Ukraine. And these numbers show that we are quite positive. We're not very much influenced at commercial level by this war. Speaking of a pandemic and digitalization, the pandemic achieved some results, if we can say that the pandemic brought some positive results. But generally, I'm very glad that in Moldova, everything that is online grew, and this happened so quickly. We, Moldovans, started to consume more online. Like, we started to do online shopping. On the technical side, everything developed so quickly. And unfortunately, the human side, because it's more or less easy to develop a website or a payment system, and whereas, but the human side, where the service has to be the same, like the package to be delivered to the door, polite service of clients. The technology develops quickly, but in terms of customer service, we have deficiencies. And again, as people who we are, all the uncertainty, you know, in the moment when we face an uncertainty, our brain works faster. Usually, you know, the brain is slow on standby, but in crisis, it works faster, and the brain makes decisions that are unpredictable. We notice that from the entire behavioral theory, what does unpredictable mean? Making shopping, going to the shopping. It's a crisis outside, it's a pandemic, we don't know how it will affect us, or the war, how will it affect. But we have some behaviors like, I want to buy something, I want some dopamine, I want to get this dopamine from shopping. And that's why the consumer, the normal citizens of Moldova, is not better alerted, because, you know, in Ukraine, the war can be divided in two waves. And I think the first wave of the war, we got passed over it, and that's not necessarily good, because we see that we are alert, but it's not that heavy, strong as it was before. That's about the consumers. Indeed, we talked about consumers from two perspectives today, as behavior in terms of response to what happened. And secondly, we talked about the focus point for the ones who would like to go and evolve and make their business to be indeed in line with the trends. And in order to be profitable, you need to focus on your client, on your consumer. Dear colleagues, if you want to make any more comments to what your colleagues said, you are really welcome. The ones who are here with us in the room or the ones who are online, either any aspects on which you would like to state your point, or if you believe, if you want some of the speakers to elaborate more on the topic than they did during the session, I encourage you to tell us about that so that we can make sure that you have a possibility to be with us in this panel. So are there any comments, colleagues? I didn't get any reactions from the public or from the ones watching us online. I'm sure that when I'm here on stage, I'm still processing many of the ideas that you explained and the seeds that you planted in our brain. Maybe it takes some watering or more fertile soils, or fertilizers that are not that much available on the market right now. But if there are no other questions, we will take a break, a longer break, half an hour. And during that time, we will talk a little here. Maybe we elaborate a bit more. And the ones that are in front of the screens, we are waiting for you to come back in half an hour for the second session of our conference that will focus on digital transformation and compliance. We discussed about that a little bit before, but because that's still a priority, at least for our financial community, and we really want it to happen in the best way possible. And if we can help by raising important topics in this context, we will do that with pleasure. In half an hour, we meet in digital transformation and compliance session.
încă o dată că înțeleg că cei din sală m-au auzit, cei de la ecran nu m-au auzit.
We'll start once more. So I will repeat it. Welcome to the second session in our Digital Transformation and Financial Inclusion Conference. In this section, we will talk a bit more about digital transformation and compliance and how these two notions are interconnected, which influences which more, high level of compliance, or how the high amount of compliance rules contributes to a good digital transformation the other way around. Does digital transformation contribute to the fact that the compliance level or requests related to compliance become maybe less strict? In this section, I would like to introduce, first of all, the person that will moderate the work of this panel, Elena Stobun, who has over 22 years of activity in the financial sector in FinCon Bank. Out of them, 8 years in the management bodies of bank, if I'm not mistaken, in the same bank. And currently, she is the director of the development department within FinCon Bank. Hello, Elena. Hello, Veronica, and thank you for this challenge. I am very glad to moderate this panel. It's a very practical and interactive one. I will encourage you. Let's be active. Let's ask questions and just exchange experience and practice with our speakers who have a rich background and knowledge, both theoretical and practical. Let's try to exchange information and get value added from our communication. I would like to tell you that digital transformation changes companies in various sectors. They improve quality of customer service, marketing and sales, research, logistic chains, and so on. All of that is done from the perspective of keeping up with the competition in order to increase and keep revenues, optimize expenses, but also lately another very important topic is compliance. Compliance of the company in various fields, to compliance with various regulatory requirements. Of course, this changes operational models of the bank. It's a growth factor, it's an engine of moving, and this digital revolution will keep growing bigger. We will not be as we were yesterday or the day before yesterday. Now, previously, we used to consider the digital transformation mostly related to clients, online solutions. Today, we actually understand that digital transformation is actively becoming a part of back office processes in the bank, in the companies. It optimizes them, it transforms them for the company to become effective in terms of expenses and compliance. Which means digital transformation for the company is not what we want or we don't want to do, but the market makes us do. This is the must-have that we should have started doing in the past. During our panel, we will discuss interesting topics. In the previous panels, we discussed the front and the client, everything related to clients, conservative compliance and risks, and all of that pulls the company back. But still, compliance risks are very important in the activity of every company, because at any stage, it can just stop their work. If all investment is at some point, they can bring no return, only because of not and it's not related to risks, but because of non-compliance in a field or another. So today we digitize many data, many processes, and we need to understand how can we guarantee the safety of this information, guarantee the access of right people at right time to this data. How can we make sure that we have no data leaks and protect from both internally and from cyber hackers that are actively trying to find weaknesses in our information security. We are working with client data. We save a lot of personal data of clients. We store employees' data. We process data, suggesting a solution or another. How do we do it the right way? How do we ensure the lack of unsanctioned, unauthorized access to data? How can we do things to make sure that data is stored in the right place at the right time, they're processed correctly, and can ensure the right disposal when our business relation is over. And clients are different, and the transactions with clients are very diversified. How do we understand if this client is doing what they should do, or are there some operations that are raising concerns? Because tens and hundreds of thousands of operations cannot check by eye. You cannot ensure that by the staff that works in the field of AML prevention. So we need to integrate digital technology here that allows us to be effective in this respect and allow the regulatory risks that may happen, and again, to add more security to our business today and tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. And you know, it's very interesting for me, and it's close to me from a business point of view. How do we onboard clients? How a person becomes a client from a potential client. We are used to situations when clients come to our office, to our point of sale, and we onboard them according to the process that we know. But around us, regions move to eKYC. It's digital know your client, digital onboarding. What solutions are available in this respect? How should we prepare to changes in the law that we have heard in the first panel of the conference? Therefore, in our panel, we will discuss about cybersecurity of payments, of financial architecture, cybersecurity of cryptocurrencies, and what rules and what risks we have in the field of combating AML and counter-terrorist financing. What IT solutions exist in this respect? How to avoid that such laws go through our company, and what are the best practices in our region. And we'll talk about eKYC, about onboarding, and also we'll talk about challenges that national companies have in the field of personal data protection. I'm very glad to introduce our first speaker, Natalya. Natalya is new payment platform director in MasterCard Ukraine and Moldova. We know Natalya for many years now. Natalya was the one, the root of implementing an idea of ours, which we turned from an idea into practice. She was a member of that team. And Natalya, I'm very glad to welcome you at this conference, and I give you the floor. Thank you very much, Elena. I'm so glad to see you. I don't know if you can hear me. Let's check the sound. Yes.
Probably I will be speaking English because that's what we agreed with the organizers. So. And really, I'm so happy to be here today. You cannot imagine that's a ray of light in our current circumstances and situation. And yes, I represent today MasterCard company and this payment system company. And in my current role, I'm working for the team which we call new payment platforms. And what does it mean actually for us? I will be talking about that. And we were thinking what to talk about today, and we decided to choose quite provocative topic, and that is how we call it crypto, but what we understand behind the crypto. So let's try to clarify that, because in our standard world, in our standard universe in MasterCard, who we are about payments, right? And MasterCard is a network, is a payment network which connects thousands of financial organizations. We connect millions of merchants, we connect billions of card holders. And if you are paying with your card, with MasterCard logo, probably it's happening just because of us, because we are helping our financial institutions, our customers, our banks to do those payments. But that is, let's say, obvious payment flow for us. That is obvious world, obvious universe. We know how it works, right? And in crypto world, that is something different. That is something which not about payment. That's something new, provocative, innovative, digital, and that's why we are looking for the ways right? How to connect both worlds, how to bring those beautiful friendships, and actually what MasterCard can do. On payment side, what we are doing, just imagine your transaction, how you are doing your payment, and what MasterCard gives to our customers, our banks, in regards of cybersecurity. On each step, even before transaction is happening, we have tools and we provide scoring, we provide level of the risk to our customers, if it's secure transaction or not, if it's secure authentication, identification for this particular payment. And of course, we have tools to help our banks to make a decision on each payment, how risky this is, how fraudulent this is, or not, or maybe not. And looking at crypto world, so have you ever thought what crypto means for you? Is it just a long-term, probably money-saving mechanism, or that speculation? I believe everybody can answer this question on their own, but looking at numbers and what is happening now with this crypto world and what we have, I would say that capitalization of crypto world is almost equal to the GDP of quite decent big country, right? So it is already happening. People are already using that. In many countries, we know, based on our estimation, up to 30–35% of people are already with crypto. But with which crypto, right? We know that there are many different cryptocurrencies. Are we talking about stable or currencies like Bitcoins or Ethereum with a huge, big volatility? Or are we talking about maybe central bank digital currencies? We as MasterCard, yes, we had a partnership in many countries in central banks on several projects with this digital currencies for central banks. But the world of crypto, currencies with huge volatility, bringing us really huge risk, right? So, and we need to think how to address those risks in terms of AML, KYC. I've heard today during the day people were talking about that, right? So it is really bringing importance, and as the business is already so big, we have to address it. And we as MasterCard, as we position ourselves as an innovative and digital company, and that's why we just cannot avoid this, what's happening there. So the idea is to combine, to connect those two worlds, but how? Actually, what you can do with crypto. And by the way, my favorite joke, if I want to make $1 million, right, how much I need to invest to crypto? And the answer is $2 million. And that joke just really, once again, showing the risk, AML risk for this really big piece of and big pie, which everybody is trying to eat. So, and from MasterCard side, what actually we can do with crypto? What Natalya? We can... Yes, I'm with
Natalya. Natalya, scuzi, eu mă tem că noi nu vedem.
Sorry, Natalya, I am afraid we don't see a presentation. Do you have a presentation actually? Just to make sure, do you have a presentation to share, because we don't see it? Could you please share it with us so that we can make sure that we see, because we know you prepared the presentation and we want to make sure that everyone can have access to it.
Very sorry, but unfortunately I cannot speak Romanian, so can you hear me? Can you see me?
Okay. Hi, Natalya, sorry, we are not here. We cannot see your presentation. It seems that you haven't shown it with us. We know that you have one. That would be very nice if you can share it with us as well. Perfect. Now we can see. Thank you.
That's, in any digital world, we are always facing with digital issues. So, and the question, if we can solve it quickly, so that's always, sometimes it is happening. So coming back to the topic and to the presentation, what actually we as MasterCard can offer and do and can offer to the markets, and what we can do as crypto. What you can do, we can buy crypto as card holder, as people, we can buy crypto, we can sell crypto, but we were thinking how to connect those worlds, payment and crypto, and that's why we are launching our crypto card program, which means we will, based on certain strict principles, we will give possibilities to banks and to card holders and to the crypto users, those who have already balance with crypto, to use their balance in all environment, acceptance environment which MasterCard has. In simple words, we are saying that we are partnering with the banks who are issuing MasterCard card, and this card will be connected to existing crypto balance of the card holder, and card holder will be able to pay with this crypto balance in any acceptance location which MasterCard has, which MasterCard can offer to card holders. Everywhere a card holder can pay. And of course, now we are coming to strict requirements, because that's high-risk business, and that's why our program is supposed to have strict rules. Here we are talking about AML requirements, KYC requirements, and of course, due diligence of the partner which bank can bring to this program. But thinking further, also we as MasterCard, we will be able to help our banks and customers with a product which we call Cipher Trace. And that's really unique based on our understanding. It's really unique product which can measure the risk of crypto exchanger partner, which can measure the risk of those crypto transactions, crypto transfers. It can really help to the banks to support their AML requirements with this crypto card program implementation and offering to the card holders. So I believe, as a summary, everybody has his own opinion on crypto, right? For me personally, that's quite risky, and I'm playing with the crypto already for 5 years. For me, that's the game. For someone, it can be really investment. But what I'm absolutely sure that with everything which is happening now with crypto, with all the hype, it will be crystallized very soon in something really what market needs, and it will be somehow regulated, and we will remove it from gray zone, let's say, right? So I really pass my word to other speakers, and thank you very much. We'll be happy to participate in any discussion and answer any of your questions.
Thank you very much. We will have a Q&A session at the end. And now I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Andrian. Andrian is the Deputy Director of the AML service. Andrian, please, the floor is yours. Hello. I am very glad to have the opportunity to attend this event, and I hope that we will manage to clarify as many questions as possible, because we always have this feeling that preventing and fighting money laundering is somehow business back. But actually, we had many cases when, thanks to the efforts we made, we fostered the development of businesses. Because when we were evaluated in 2019 by the Ujwal, there was a high risk for Moldova to be included on the gray list. And if it happened, then it would have pushed back the Moldovan economy significantly. And this would have had a significant impact on businesses. It would have decreased the external support. The transfer would last not 2 days, but 2 weeks. So my point is that preventing and fighting money laundering is helping the society rather than damaging it. It is very important for us to understand the measures that should be taken in order to improve things in the sector and within the entity. That is why my presentation today will focus on a process which is called AML risk assessment. Actually, this is a process that took place for the first time in 2015 to 2017, according to the World Bank methodology. In 2017, an action plan was developed to implement measures to address the risks identified back then. After Manival Committee of the Council of Europe assessed the Republic of Moldova, we were obliged to take certain measures in order to overcome the deficiencies identified. And if we were to speak about the international standards, especially the first recommendation of FATF, which says that the country should assess risks, so we had to update the risk assessment. We have recently finished this update. The report was submitted last month. The process was delayed because of the pandemic, but with all of the difficulties, and in spite of these difficulties, we have managed to produce this assessment, which actually aims at establishing the risk areas. And the risk here is divided into broad sections: threats and vulnerabilities. The threats are the crimes generating illegal revenues that can be potentially laundered. And here 5 such threats were identified at the national level. They have remained unchanged compared to the first assessment, with a minor exception. At the first assessment, we had corruption, tax evasion, trafficking in drugs, trafficking in people, and smuggling. After the update, we found that it is more relevant to, or one of the threats identified by the working group are the cyber frauds, to the detriment of trafficking in human beings, because this is already a feature or obvious feature of the assessed period. And because of the pandemic period, we have a quick shift to using various software and application. A lot of activities were moved online. So we had many several frauds, including some well-known cases of when credit card holders were defrauded. Maybe you've heard, maybe some of your relatives were affected. I personally have relatives that were affected by this fraud. And because of that, this digitalization or this shift into online environment of many activities poses certain risks. That is why it is important for us to adjust our activities in line with the risks identified. So the evaluation report developed by the authorities, because our service coordinated the efforts, but all authorities participated, including law enforcement bodies. So this is a national exercise that engages many authorities and is a massive effort made by the whole government. All of the sectors that were evaluated were scored a risk level. And this risk level is intended to guide the sectors and reporting entities with regards to the measures that they have to implement. And in my presentation, I will describe partially these sectors and the indicators that are relevant. The sectors refer mainly to vulnerabilities, because, as I've said, threats are a crime generating illegal or with a potential to generate illegal revenue. But the vulnerabilities are the gaps in the system. So we will present the gaps identified by the working group, so that we have clarity with regards to the legal framework. We have law number 308 on preventing and fighting money laundering, which entered into force on February 2018, and it stipulates all of the actions that have to be taken by authorities in the AML area. So Article 6 of that law establishes that the surveys, reporting entities, relevant authorities shall assess risks. And this is what happened. The service coordinated this process and together with all of the responsible authorities in order to implement the manual recommendations, to implement the strategy that is approved by the Parliament decision. So the strategy is national strategy, 5-year period, and the key elements of the strategy is to perform the risk assessment. After the risk assessment was done, we had, sorry, let me find the right slide. So after that, we had the possibility to establish the risk level for each sector reviewed. So if you would like to find out more details about the conclusions or findings of the report, you can find it on the website of our service. So we have sent it to the community after the meeting we had, but we did not see there this nicely looking table. So the report is very detailed, but one needs a lot of time to understand it, to read it and understand it. That's why I believe that this way of presenting the results is easier to understand. And I believe that it will be useful, including for professional trainings for the reporting entities. But the most important thing is that the National Risk Assessment Report is the basis for sector reports, because we have already informed the supervisory authority about the need to perform a sector risk assessment. For example, the National Bank is supervising 3 areas: banking institutions, payment service providers, and exchange offices, and they need to make a sector risk assessment, because the national assessment presents a general perspective, whereas the sectorial assessment should go into more details into that specific sector. After that, the reporting entities, on the basis of the National Risk Assessment Report and Sector Risk Assessment Report, to develop their own risk assessment. And this assessment done by reporting entities is the basis of all AML actions. What does it mean? It means that the reporting entities establishes by its own what is the acceptable risk level. In other words, what operations or services provided. So they establish the risk level for the services and operations conducted. So if the risk level is low, then the measures are simplified. Conversely, if the risk level is high, then the measures implemented, the precautionary measures, are much more complex, and this risk assessment should list what risk mitigation activities should be carried out by the reporting entity. Because if there is a client that has a history of 20 years and they does not differ, it has not changed over the past 20 years, of course, the reporting entity should not waste a lot of time to assess that client on a daily basis or frequently, and vice versa. If they do not meet with they're not aligned with the ordinary activity of the client, or if something new appears in their activity behavior, then they need to implement enhanced due diligence measures. They need to make a more detailed, a more comprehensive evaluation. So this risk assessment is a kind of guideline for the reporting entities with regards to the measures to be taken. We have requested that supervisory authorities perform a sector risk assessment, the results of which should be communicated to reporting entities so that they can carry out the risk assessment at their level. Here you can see the risk levels. I would like to draw your attention to the fact that medium to high risk is characteristic of sectors that are either connected to cash or were identified by the working group as having certain gaps or vulnerabilities. And we have a sector with a high level of risk. These are virtual assets. We have already discussed about it. This is crypto money. So in the FATF recommendation, they are defined as virtual assets. They are not regulated by the law of Moldova, which means that the risk is high because we do not have any capacity to intervene or to implement certain measures. On the other hand, it does not mean that we do not have capacity to investigate. If you have the opportunity, you can check the annual report of our service published on our website. And there we have information about a scheme using virtual assets. And as a result of that investigation, a criminal case was started. So it means that the existing reporting entities, if the transaction use virtual assets, the service has the capacity by international cooperation using open source intelligence tools to investigate and to establish whether these assets are connected to crimes or other unlawful activities, including activities performed outside of the Republic of Moldova. That is why the virtual assets were included as high-risk activities. We have to amend accordingly the legal framework to stipulate the measures to be taken. And I believe that when we do the next update of the national assessment, the level can be reviewed. But again, it depends on the capacity of the authorities, engagement of the reporting entities, and many, many other factors that are taken into account when the risk level is established. Regarding the banking sector, almost all of the groups that have developed this risk assessment were led by the supervisory authorities in charge of certain areas. Obviously, the banking sector was the responsibility of the National Bank. The National Bank identified a series of risks. They are a reflection of the actions taken by the supervisory authority, what they have established as part of their control measures, and subsequently this working group identified a series of vulnerabilities that were presented. You can see them here. They referred to measures that were taken or the shortage, insufficiency of these measures. And they are related to the activity of the reporting entity from the AML perspective. So the supervisor performed a kind of general audit where all of us together, working group members, have the possibility to identify these gaps, these drawbacks. I will not read them because I would prefer to have a discussion. I don't want to read the information from the slide, especially that this information is available on our website. If you would like to have more details, you can find the report on our website. And there you can see two big sections, threats and vulnerabilities. And the vulnerabilities are divided by sectors. So we have a detailed analysis for each sector. So for you to understand the structure of the report, because the report is lengthy, but the structure is not complicated at all. If you are interested in one sector only, then it will be very easy for you to find the needed information. And if you'd like to formulate certain conclusions or to reassess your risks, that report will be useful as well. But I recommend for you to do this. Well, you can do it now, of course, but you should also take into account that a sector risk assessment will be conducted as well. Banking sector and insurances. So the insurance sector, I don't know what is happening with the slides. I'm moving too quickly. Okay, so that's the right slide. The insurance sector, again, this group was led by the National Commission for Financial Market, considering their mandate. And again, here we have reflected the deficiencies or gaps identified as a result of the auditing of the insurance firms. So these gaps were identified or were established on the basis of the audit findings. So you can see that these are kind of general provisions, such as non-uniform KYC rules, but they are deriving from the auditing activity or inspection activity. And in a certain company, this was identified as a trend. They have not applied the KYC principle for a number of customers. That's why this was listed as a gap. Economy and Loan Association, the risks are not that high because the products they offer are not so much prone to money laundering. I don't think we have ever identified a money laundering scheme or certain risks related to economy and saving associations. So again, here we have a list of the gaps identified by the working group, but the overall risk level is not high. Non-banking payment service providers. These are the types of entities that have started to be used massively. They are providing they have exceeded the banking sector number of reported transactions. So from they are reporting transactions are amounts are low. They
2019. Și respectiv, aceasta este un prim semn de alarmă pentru
So
noi.
this is a first signal for us, because on the one hand, they submit a lot of reports, but on the other hand, we understand that the digitalization process generates risks at the system level. For the payment service providers, we have presented the indicators identified by the working group. Again, they are at a more general level, such as low efficiency of the reporting process. So they are based on the findings of the inspections or audits conducted in this sector. Real estate agents are still at a mid-level. There was a question, why don't we have a medium to high level for real estate agencies? Well, because the transactions are conducted via notaries, and notaries have a medium to high risk. The real estate agents are promoters and of course they have a medium level of risk, and the gaps identified include lack of staff. So real estate agents do not have funds enough to afford to have a dedicated AML officer. So this process is somehow connected to other processes conducted by the the person in charge of AML usually is an accountant or a lawyer, so they don't have a dedicated AML officer. And the risk level is medium because we have the possibility to intervene by the notaries. Let's do as follows. So we have that table. So I suggest that when we are at the Q&A session to display it, and if someone would like to find out more details about a specific sector, then we will discuss it at the Q&A session. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for stopping me. I agree with you because, yes, it's very important for you to tell me what sectors you are more interested in. Well, I believe that out of what you have managed to say already, I believe that many of questions have been answered already, but by the information you've already presented, the financial sector is very much represented in our community. And I believe that you have already mentioned a lot of relevant information for them. As for the other sectors, let's see if we have any specific questions for those sectors. Thank you very much, Mr. Andrian, Ms. Elena. Thank you. So let's continue with the third panel speaker, who will come with a presentation.
In financial crime and compliance management solutions at Oracle. Michael, I give you the floor.
Thank you very much. Let me turn on my camera as well. Okay. Hello, everyone, and thank you very much for inviting me to this session virtually. My last business meeting was in Chișinău, so I would have loved to have been there in person, if only for the nice food. But I'm very happy to be here virtually. So indeed, my name is Michael Ficarro. I'm based in the Netherlands, in Amsterdam, and I'm what they call solutions consultant. Why I'm saying that is because I just want to give you some insight of what I have experienced in the last 10, 15 years. I've been in this area. I've worked in I live in the Netherlands. I worked here. I cover the European markets, as well as a lot of experience in Brazil and also in Greece. I lived there for a few years. So I've spoken to a myriad of different kinds of financial institutions, and based on that, there's a lot of findings that I'd like to share with you, if you don't mind. So, one thing I just want to point out, we're all familiar with the customer compliance life cycle, right? There's the onboarding, there is the due diligence, there is the transaction monitoring that could be fraud, could be the AML, money laundering, and then the continuous monitoring, the risk assessment, and feeding back into it. They are all independent, disparate systems, but the approach is it should be holistic. These are. What I find a lot of times is that with let's say, for example, AML and KYC, they're all both risk-based. It's not that you have a KYC score and then you have an AML event that's happened or a fraud event. All these systems should provide a holistic view and look at these as a financial crime incident, not necessarily as a specific siloed KYC or siloed AML, but again, as a whole. So that's sort of the overlying thoughts, but what I'd like to sort of walk you through here is basically a roadmap to address the challenges that I've seen many of the financial institutions facing, some of the trends that we've identified, and also sort of the roadmap of how you reach that. And this roadmap is irrelevant if you're a regional, global, tier one, in whatever kind of financial lines of business you're in. They all have the same underlying problems. Obviously, the skill might be different, but the approach is going to be the same. So let me just first talk about some of the challenges that I've seen. And these are just, of course, very summation. Many organizations are coming across many different kinds of challenges. But one of the first things is the high cost. And that it's sort of embodied with the market trends. Things are going quicker. The regulators are requiring more information quicker. So that's going to cause a lot more resources, a lot more stress on resourcing. So what is ineffective, what really sort of doesn't enhance the situation, is having to deal with unproductive alerts, false positives, as we now call them. Having, as a result, this trickles down into having inefficient investigations because you're spending too much time on alerts or hits that are irrelevant. And then also that impacts the monetary effectiveness. And all three of these translate into high costs. So that's, let's say, one side of the challenges. The other side is the quick adaptation of changing regulatory behaviors and customer behaviors. Two really realistic or relevant points, of course, is the transaction, or rather the change of behavior of customers during COVID. The change in transactional behavior, fraud schemes, etc. The other is, of course, reacting to sanctions. What the unfortunate events are going on right now in Ukraine. Being able to modify and being able to address with a robust system to be able to address these new sanctions, and being able to not leave the financial institution open for poor reputational damage, having fines and such. So these are sort of the underlying challenging. The market trends, and again, I'll talk about this route shortly, but some of the market trends that I've seen is collaboration. And what I mean with collaboration is collaborations within financial institutions, providing a mechanism to have an overview. So not only just the financial institutions looking into the behavior within each bank, but looking at intrabanks. It's easier said than done. The FinCEN in the United States have made some efforts to go towards this. Here in the Netherlands, recently 5 banks have announced that they want to work closer together. It's one of those things that the broader the scope, the broader the view you have of behavior, the better the more complex behavioral patterns you could find. So that's one thing that we're seeing, and that requires, of course, a system that's very open, very transparent, and supporting data models, and that supports the entire information sharing. The second trend, and that actually you'll find is permeated here, is advanced technologies. And these basically also help a lot with these challenges here, in that introduction of things like graph analytics, using predictive models, moving away from deterministic types of behavior detection that generates a lot of these false positives and causes lots of the challenges, but introducing these to help improve that. But that in itself has a lot of caveats as well. I'll talk about that shortly. third point is cryptocurrency, as Natalya talked about quite well about the introduction of cryptocurrencies and how to go about it. How do we monitor that? That is something that all the regulators globally are scratching their heads on, how to best do that. And then lastly, that I pointed out here is the regulations moving towards KYC strict, requirements, specifically in the Unified Beneficiary Owner Identification, the UBOs, which requires your understanding insight into corporate structures and then having that risk associated with that. So, obviously market trends and requirements are continuously going to be moving. So as we go to the future, it's a moving target, right? So we're all trying to catch up in the most effective way of addressing these. So what I want to do right now is just sort of walk you through these. And again, this is a roadmap that is applicable to any financial institution. Again, it doesn't matter if it's a regional, global, it doesn't matter in which area in the world, they all struggle with the same type of capabilities. So the first start is, the basics of behavior detection, or rather financial crime detection. And that is through logical and deterministic detection, meaning there's rules, parameters set up, be it for AML, understanding, okay, what do I consider suspicious activity? What are suspicious transactions? What are the amounts? Is it high risk, etc.? KYC, very similar. There's risk scores associated with the risk of the individual. These are all very much deterministic. In itself, of course, that's what we call the unproductive alerts, because in the nature of deterministic is that it's in that, if then, it's going to be either hit those marks or it's not. There's no context to that. So again, that's going to cause a lot of false positive that trickles down to ineffective investigations, ineffective monitoring, and then raising the costs. So what we try to do is use this as a basis, but move into how can we better monitor and be more efficient. And it doesn't mean you have to rip and replace what you currently have. This is a good foundation. The idea is to enhance that foundation or improve on that foundation without necessarily have to reinvent the wheel. So this roadmap is designed to do that, to introduce new aspects that you can apply to your current situation and improve already the outcome. So one of these would be, the ability to have customization or flexibility in the rules, which most, if not all systems are able to do that. Introducing types of segmentation to what kind of typologies how do I want to address those. And lastly is event correlation. So I want to mention events because one of the things we've also seen and we currently embrace is moving away from calling things, a hit or an alert, but moving away from that terminology and calling them events. And it's a very subtle change, but it's important in the sense that an alert, a hit, you sort of are required to investigate it. Whereas an event is something that has happened, can contribute to an overall behavior. And you're looking at it quite different. You're looking at more in context. So when we talk about event correlations, when you start looking at these results of the deterministic models, correlate them together based on typologies, based on certain focal points to create cases that are more comprehensive and reducing the workload. So even by applying, we're still talking about like deterministic systems, applying something like correlation, you're already reducing, let's say, the workload by combining a lot of things together into a more easy overview. And that allows you to have more an effective monitoring and effective investigation because the analyst has a much more broader view on what they're seeing rather than just a very small snippet of information for the alert. So most organizations are here. That is sort of the standard quo at this moment. And as we all know, again, that produces a lot of unproductive alerts. And how are we going to improve that? So this is when we start introducing new technologies, such as graph-based technology, using things like statistical modeling, robotic processing automation, pulling in data sources to enhance what you're seeing. So one of the primary one is what we call graph analytics, basically allowing that to both be used in monitoring. So basically you're creating scenarios based on networks, which can encompass, it can hold much more information than just the deterministic fields that you have. So what I mean with that is, for example, we have a graph, then you have your basic data set. You could extend that data set to incorporate negative news information or corporate structures. you're pushing that data into your data model, and you're seeing that now, and you have much more a visualization of what are the risks involved by pushing in that external data points, and that is all automatically done. So it helps the analyst by automatically increasing the data set by incorporating external sources. So there's a lot of manual checks that an analyst might need to do. You know, an analyst would look at a case, would say, okay, are these individuals in the negative news? What is the corporate structure? If you're bringing that all in directly and then presenting that to the analyst, you are very much improving their way of investigation, and also being able to monitor in that way as well. So again, as we move forward and further, we start introducing things like modeling. And this is the machine learning, the artificial intelligence, which in itself poses problems to the regulators in the sense that models are more difficult to explain. You know, these deterministic rules are very straightforward. This is the parameter. This is what we're looking for. You know, unfortunately, the results are a lot of false positive, but it's very, very palatable. What are you trying to monitor? With models, of course, it becomes a little bit more not as transparent, right? So it's extremely important to have a very good governance behind that. I mean, that how am I going to prove to the regulators that the models are doing what they need to do? And not only that, is for internally, it's important to understand, okay, what is the effectiveness of models? You know, artificial intelligence, machine learning are great terminologies, but it's not the magic bullet. It's not the one in itself going to solve all the problems. And not only that, AI and machine learning, they need to be built. They're not like a model is out of the box ready to be used. They need to be trained. They need to be trained on your data or the specific segment that you're looking at. So there is a lot of work involved, and there's a lot of governance involved and management that's involved, which is extremely important. So you just can't just apply a model and leave it as is. It's something that needs to be maintained, and it needs to be challenged as you move forward. So in itself, it produces a lot of very productive alerts and events. In itself, there is work behind that, right? So we've in the market, we've seen it specifically with this false positive management, and that can be done applied to any system. And just an example of my personal experience, I'm working for Oracle, and we have our own systems, of course, and we provide this layer. We've worked with organizations that are using another system, Tom Beller or FICO or Actimize, etc. Same thing that Oracle has, deterministic models that produce the results, but we're able to introduce a layer of deterministic modeling and event scoring that looks at these and scores them accordingly to help reduce those. So again, they're not, it's not exclusive. It doesn't mean that you have to rip and replace everything you have, but you can incorporate new technologies to reach your specific end needs. And then again, those are trying to address these challenges here. So these are supervised learning, and then at the furthest extreme right now, at the current situation, is unsupervised learning. So this is basically using models and artificial intelligence to basically replace these deterministic rule sets and run on its own to produce very high quality alerts. This is something that not many organizations are doing yet, but there are a few that are actually starting out already. So I know personally of an organization that is using, of course, these deterministic models, and they're replicating these models in predictive models to replace what's going on here. And knowing full well that the regulators in that region is not ready to do that, but they're already starting to prepare themselves for the future, because moving forward, we're going to see that this is going to be turned off. It's not going to be short term, it'll probably be midterm, but the movement toward these models and using machine learning is going to be the way moving forward. Not only that, to also address things like cryptocurrency, the data sets required and identifying anomalies and such is going to be that much more sophisticated than what we see here. And that also relates back to the adaptation of changing regulations. Instead of looking for specific types of typologies, we're looking at anomalies. And anomalies are easier to find in modeling than rather just deterministic models. So this also goes back to what Adrian before me spoke about, that the cost of compliance shouldn't be considered as an overhead, because obviously looking at the black and white, it is overhead in the sense that we're spending money and trying to prevent additional money coming into the bank or leaving the bank. But the reputational damage associated with that is far greater, as Andrian has also pointed out, far greater than the cost that you would be making to do this, to have a mature compliance department to really look at and be proactive in finding the suspicious activity. And again, regulatory pressure is going to be continuously, it's going to be more and more apparent as you move forward. So having a good foundation already starting to look forward is going to be extremely important and to be able to address any of the future needs. So just quickly, before I close up, I just want to point out again that using technologies, new technologies such as graph analytics, will help in that pathway to being much more comprehensive and being much more flexible and robust in your monitoring. And that's all I want to say at this moment. I'm sure, again, I know we have a question and answers afterwards, so I'll leave it for that. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Michael, very much.
Thank you.
Мы переходим к следующему нашему панелисту.
We will move to our next panelist.
Ujwal. He is a director of channel sales at Zanzi. Ujwal, I give you the floor.
Thank you so much for that introduction. And first of all, I'd like to start off this by saying it's been an honor to be a part of this conference, and just listening to some of our previous speakers talk about the technological transformation landscape as a whole is extremely interesting. And hopefully we can continue with that same sense with my presentation. So I'm just going to quickly share my screen and perfect. So typically what I see when I talk about Zanzi in general is I always go back to a personal story that I had experienced well before I even joined Zanzi. And what I've just come to understand is this experience translates very significantly to where the current financial landscape is in terms of digital technology. So the story begins in February of 2020, where I had just decided to switch my banking partner because I was completely done with my previous bank. And while I started doing research about potential banks to join, I quickly found an amazing offer by the biggest bank in the world, where they were offering a $500 welcome bonus if you join them in the next 2 or 3 weeks. And all I had to do was simply download their mobile app and get approved for an account in no more than 5 minutes. So without much thinking, immediately downloaded the app, gathered all my identity documents, and went through the entire journey in less than 5 minutes and clicked submit. And as I'm sure you're already aware, what transpired over the next few weeks really shifted my attention from my bank to everything that was going on because of the coronavirus outbreak. And that excitement of having a new banking partner was quickly substituted with everything shutting down, whether it be banks, schools, universities, hospitals, and everything. And this happened for the next few months, where eventually in the middle of June, I got an email from the bank saying that we were unable to verify and approve your application. Please come into a bank branch to complete your verification. At this point, I had completely forgotten that I had even signed up for this account and was extremely afraid to go into the bank branch. So I gave it a couple of weeks and eventually got the courage to go into the bank and complete the process. Once I got to the branch, I was forced to redo the entire application and get approved. And as I was walking out, I wanted to simply ask the branch manager as to why my first application got rejected. And what he said was the picture of my driver's license that I had submitted in my application was too blurry for the KYC teams to review. And because of that, I wasted almost 4.5 months of potential banking with this financial institute. And that really highlights the overall problem that Signsy is trying to currently solve with digital onboarding. And when the company was founded, it was founded with the specific idea of helping people like me have digital channels of getting into financial institutes like banks, investment firms, and things like that. And what we see is the need for providing digital verification services goes well beyond just banks. As you can see here on our screen, we work with payment facilitators, other fintechs, and also logistics companies. And basically the overall business transformation efforts that are going into where Signsy is currently operating is, what we're seeing at a global level is banks investing billions of euros into digital products to simply bring the bank itself to the customer, rather than have the customers, such as myself back in February, come and visit the branch. Now, there are multiple different ways that banks are going about solving this. The most popular ones obviously being your mobile apps and also online banking tools. Also, something that's becoming more and more popular is advertising financial products and also providing customer service through social media channels. And also in extremely recent times, we're seeing virtual reality becoming more and more important, and is actually one of the reasons why Signsy has gotten a patent within the metaverse to be on the forefront of changes in the digital transformation landscape. All of this, in retrospect, is good news for customers such as us. But if you aren't able to provide, digital channels to bring in and verify new customers, then all those investments you made into your social media, mobile apps, online banking is almost for waste, for no reason, because you begin that relationship with your customer in a bad way. And it goes back to the saying, you only have one chance to make a first impression. And that's where Signsy is currently trying to put all its efforts into. If a bank in today's time would like to, build these digital solutions themselves in-house, what they see extremely quickly is the fact that this project, which they would assume to be a very quick one, actually turns out to be a gigantic process as a whole, for multiple different reasons. I think the first being, and very clearly, the number of technology vendors that you would have to bring in to complete these journeys. Typically, what we've seen from our case studies is it would take around 8 to 10 different vendors at the minimum to build out these onboarding journeys. And then once you've actually identified and assessed and contracted with these vendors, then you would have to actually build out these apps and tools and integrate all these different players and make sure everything works smoothly at once. Now, all of this simply translates to a lack of scalability into providing these journeys for different products. And also, if you've realized that you would require to make a change in your onboarding solution, it would be almost weeks and weeks of downtime to make these modifications. Now, what Signsy provides and how we attempt to solve this problem is, what we have done is we have built out a digital no-code workflow builder, which basically means that with Signsy, all we have to do is simply drag and drop specific verification tools, pages in a matter of minutes, that banks can start leveraging in almost no time. To be more specific, with the product and solution we have at SignZ, we are able to build custom and unique pages and verification tools, and then stitch them all together into workflows that are designed for your requirements and per your KYC regulations, and provide all of that in an easy to digest manner, not only for the applicant, but also for the bank itself by providing a back office dashboard, which the bank's KYC teams can constantly review and approve. We're able to provide all of these services in a matter of almost 2 months by doing a lot of the grunt work or the busy, heavy lifting that we saw on the previous page of pre-integrating all those vendors that you saw on the previous screen into our solution. So when it comes to providing a journey for a bank in Costa Rica who are trying to build a digital onboarding product for credit cards, we would be able to build that in a matter of weeks and deploy it in a matter of weeks again. And then that same bank can then reach back out to us and ask us to then build a loan verification or a loan origination journey for a branch they have in another country. So that pre-integration of these services plays a heavy part into, providing that seamless experience for banks. But to talk about the services that we're able to provide for the customers, SignZ also has built in-house AI verification tools that help make that process of that application turnaround time, meaning the approval time it takes for an applicant, in a matter of minutes by simply adding AI tools on top of the journeys we built. So by leveraging artificial intelligence, we have been able to help our customers get approved and onboarded onto a bank's systems in anywhere between 1 to 5 minutes. And when you compare that time to the time it took me to get banking with my current bank, which is almost 4.5 months, that's a very significant difference, which costs millions and millions of unearned money for banks specifically. And basically, when SignZ were figuring out how to go about solving these problems, we kept configurability and that ability to be flexible with changes at the forefront of everything. And because of that, we have been able to solve use cases that we would have never dreamt of when we first started our company. Great examples of this would be when we helped the government of India with a project that they had just launched. And basically, to give you a little bit of context, the government of India made a new regulation in the banking space to actually mask or redact Indian citizens' unique identification numbers in order to be compliant, and also in case of data hacks and data loss, sensitive and personal information doesn't get leaked to customers. And basically, because of this almost overnight change in regulation, a lot of our banks and financial institute customers in India were automatically non-compliant with these rules. And what SignZ was able to do in a matter of 72 hours was able to develop a custom solution that all our banking customers could use and become compliant again. That idea of configurability also goes heavily into the actual product that we sell. As I previously alluded to, the product is able to scale at a geographical level and also at a use case level. So if a bank wants to solve credit card onboarding in one country and then the next day want to solve business entity onboarding the next day in a completely different country, SignZ is able to undertake these tasks because of the solution as a whole. And a great example of this is when we contracted with Lulu Money Exchange, which is a remittance company with operations in mostly in Asia Pacific region. And when they came to us, they had a problem that when their customers wanted to send money from one country to another, the entire verification process that they had to do was completely physical, meaning that the customer would have to go to a branch with their driver's license or identification document, give it to a bank teller to verify, and then also required the recipient of the money to get verified at the branch as well. So what Signsy was able to do was we were able to build 5 different workflows for 5 different countries all at once to allow Lulu Money customers to simply do that verification well before the sending of money and make that whole journey extremely easy and comfortable for them. Similarly, we've also worked with multiple initiatives with the Reserve Bank of India, which is the federal banking agency of India, where we've helped introduce multiple legislations within the Indian banking space, the most popular being video KYC, where because of the efficiency of our tool to verify customers by simply taking a video of themselves, RBI actually then made it a mandatory verification or due diligence check that all financial institutes in India would have to adhere to. Finally, just wanted to quickly talk about a few different use cases that might be extremely relevant to today's call. As I said before, we've worked with not only banks, but also digital and fintech companies. A great example of this would be M-Swipe, which is a MasterCard product that provides POS services to merchants. And again, the use case here was M-Swipe was struggling to verify merchants in a timely manner. And because of that, they were actually losing customers. That's where Signsy came in. We helped to build multiple different merchant solutions for M-Swipe that they started leveraging immediately. And as you can see in the bottom, some of the results from that. State Bank of India as well, one of the biggest bank in India and public bank. The same issue, but for individual customers rather than business entities like the previous one. Very similar use case and problem statement that we were able to solve using the same solution that we have, Signsy. And I just want to quickly wrap this conversation up by talking about some of the pre-integrations that Signsy currently has. And this is how we're able to help banks, regulatory bodies, and financial institutes as a whole scale as they grow, scale their due diligence and KYC practices along with the bank. As you can see here, the verification tools are a mixture of individual verification or eKYC tools, but also business entity verification tools. We also come pre-integrated with our AI-built services that are designed to provide customers with an extremely efficient onboarding journey, where by simply taking a picture of your driver's license, almost 90% of your application is done by taking that one simple picture. And that's it. I hope I didn't go too quickly through this presentation, and happy to answer any questions if there may be.
Well, we will come back with our questions later. Acum vreau să prezint pe
Now I would like to introduce Diana, Personal Data Protection, Ethics and Compliance from Wholesale. Diana, I have a very complex mission, and the time left, you need to manage to make your presentation and so that we can start a question and answer session. Well, I will try to. Good afternoon, everyone who is here in the room and all the ones who are online. I see that I admire your patience for staying with us so long. I hope you will find yourself in a presentation that I will share on the screen now, because I will try to talk about the biggest challenges or the biggest constraints that we encounter in the business environment, because you should know I really like so much this forum for debating ideas and topics, both in terms of digital transformation and financial inclusion, but also we cannot skip topics related to data privacy and cybersecurity, especially since this digitalization trend creates a very large data set, of amazingly big data set, and in this data set 90% are private data, personal data, and then we need to recap on some challenges that we face in our day-to-day activity, and I will try to see if slides change, just to make sure that you can also see them. So I tried to analyze generally, not only from the perspective of the company I represent, but I tried to analyze generally the business environment. What are the biggest challenges? And you should know that the main challenge, and everyone will agree with me, I think, is the gap related to personal data protection gap. You know, even now we have this trend of collecting as many data as possible, thinking that, oh, well, maybe I will need them after some time. At the same time, we also have this low level of awareness among citizens when they offer their personal data everywhere without having any critical thinking behind it. You know, we also have this trend, probably it comes from Soviet times, when you think that if I have more data, it will be better. But you should know it's not always right, because this means high exposure to risks, and I mean both compliance, legal compliance risks related to personal data protection, but also data theft or data breach situations, or even consumption of resources. So for this, it would be good to have a magical solution so that we can balance between the need to collect and process and store data in large amounts, but also to highlight and emphasize the compliance requirements, so that we can turn this into an opportunity. As Andrian was saying, often data protection is treated as an obstruction, but you should know that several companies prove that this can be used as a competitive advantage when you raise the trust of your clients, raise of data subjects, when they know that this company processes data in the right way and ensures data security. Another challenge is embedding the data privacy. And you should know that in many companies, I don't know why, data protection is treated mostly as an IT thing, because it has relation to the IT security, or it's related to disaster recovery plan. But actually, data protection brings together a lot of subjects, if I may say, a very broad area, and it would be good for it to be integrated in all processes in the company. At the same time, another constraint is represented by the costs. How can we stay without the budgets that are always very large, especially when we talk about ensuring the security of data, preventing the risks? That all of that means significant costs. But looking at it from the other side, the risk of a security breach or data leak is much more significant, and that's why we should make the appropriate investments.
A constraint that we have seen often in many companies is about access to this data. But here I would like to make a connection with awareness of data protection. Often the companies could have situations when employees could be the weak chain because of incorrect awareness of access to this data, and when the control over the excess data is weak. Last but not least, it seems that what is the connection between businesses and control authorities, but the lack of resources in the authority impacts the companies, both individuals and data operators, because we data operators also need guidance by the authorities, because when we speak about the connection between the supervisory authority, data subjects, data operators, we need to have synergy. At the same time, we have on the basis of the latest legal amendments, there is an obligation to have a data protection officer, or it is also known as DPO. So you can see on the screen a very representative image when the main responsibility of the DPO is to successfully balance, on the one hand, the company's alignment with the security requirements, data protection requirements. At the same time, there is a need to ensure and to secure the company's and clients' trust, to secure the implementation of business strategies. So this is quite a complicated challenge. At the same time, analyzing not only at the level of our country, but at the international level, if we are to analyze the community of DPOs, we can see many constraints or many challenges that they encounter. And one of them would be the applicability of those tools. An interesting issue is the fact that usually a DPO knows what they have to do. They know what mechanism they have to implement. But again, this implies costs, money that is needed for the technical implementation, especially if we make a connection with process digitalization. If processes are digitalized, the data set increases. So it's very difficult to have an overview of the whole situation so that all of the activities can be managed properly, activities that involve data processing, but this is the core activity of an DPO. Also, we should not forget that we have insufficient case law in Moldova, especially in Moldova, where this area is quite new. But this is true also about the European Union level. We still feel the insufficient interpretation of legal requirements so that we can take a correct decision and implement it properly in the daily work. Everybody, especially in our country, as a result of the pandemic, felt the insufficiency, or better said, crisis of talents, because you have to know the situation is even worse in the area of data protection, because there are very few people that have knowledge that could help correctly and quickly to implement all of these requirements. That is why we still have a lot of things to improve in this area. And last but not least, the duty of a DPO is to cooperate with other organizational units. So DPO needs an active support for that. But again, if I am to connect with the insufficient culture at the level of company, culture in the area of data protection, and this deficiency, this insufficiency is very much felt because a DPO cannot do all of the activities in a company because each department, each unit is processing personal data. So there is a need to have a cooperation with each separate department to check the processes, to check the activities and processes that use data, what is the goal, and so on, in order to ensure compliance with the legal requirements. Regarding data protection, I would like to underline one more time that in the digital area, confidentiality is a priority. Multidimensional company that I represent, besides data protection, as I said earlier, which is not an impediment to develop other solutions, other novelty products, so that we are aligned to the global trends. So that is why we are speaking about digitalization, about a digital country, and Multidimensional is contributing to achieving this goal, being an operator that is integrating the data flow between the public sector, private sector, and citizens. I would like to make a very quick overview of the innovative solutions that we developed in 2021. And here I would focus on eSIM, which is an innovative technology. We are the first and the only ones that brought on the market a solution that is a SIM integrated in a smartphone, which besides being environmentally friendly is also useful because you can use all of the advantages of the smartphone without having a plastic. Another platform that I will present very briefly and quickly is the mDoc service. It revolutionized on the mobile telephony market, especially when it comes to the interaction on the business platform. It allows exchange of documents, of agreements, only on the basis of a mobile signature. So business operators are not dependent on the shops, for example, to travel to the shop physically in order to get the signature. Well, we have not forgot about internal customers. We have implemented innovative platforms for employees that have various tutorial and professional development platforms. I also have to mention the e-contract service. This is an exclusive solution on the market. Customers can sign the digital contract, which is an eco version of a traditional agreement. All these innovations bring it in line with the Sustainable Development Objectives of the United Nations, to which we are a party since 2020. So, as long as we speak about financial inclusion, I would like to make a public announcement here. Multidimensional is already part of FinTech. When we received the license for e-money signed by the National Bank of Moldova, so we are a company issuing electronic money. So our customers will already have the Multidimensional wallet, which can be used for financial transactions. And now, very briefly, I would like to make a conclusion covering all of the services that we provide. So besides this broad and impressive portfolio of digital solutions, it is based on the digitally human concept. What does it mean? Well, all of us are used with the robotization or digitalization, especially during the pandemic, when we felt this lack or insufficiency of human interaction. That is why we focused on human approach when we interact with each and every customer of ours. Moreover, the products that were developed by Multicell are based on people, on our employees, on the needs, wishes, aspirations of our employees to implement the ideas so that we have and are able to provide innovative products and services to you. That is why we think that our people are the core asset of our company that we are very proud of. So, if we're to make a brief review of all of the developments of last year, we can proudly say that we have changed, we have improved for the lives of Moldovan people, and we know that the impact that we had was possible thanks to our customers and also thanks to our employees, because thanks to that digitally human concept, we can be positive that everything can be implemented in the future. Thank you very much. I tried to be brief in order not to exceed the time. Thank you. We appreciate very much. Though we have exceeded the time, I nevertheless don't want to leave without questions and answers. We have a very interesting question, and the other questions will be collected by the organizers, and those who are watching online, they'll have the chance to send the questions and then they'll get the answers. And for those who are present physically here, we'll have a networking session. Mr. Andrian, the question is to you. It's about the risk assessment in the insurance sector. The risk assessment report is reviewed in time. And the question is about the dynamics. Do we have any improvements in this sector, or the trend is negative? And the risk-generated companies on this market that were identified with non-compliances, are they monitored for compliance? And what tools, what instruments are available and are implemented in such cases? Thank you very much for your question. That's a great question because the answer will bring clarity. I will start with the last part of the question. Risk assessment aims at establishing at the country level the areas or sectors where we have to allocate more resources, because we, the authority, have limited resources. Our resources are scarce, and the risk assessment helps us understand where we have to invest our resources. The fact that the risk level is assessed at the medium to high level, it does not mean that the companies there will be monitored and evaluated. Well, they will be, but not as a result of the risk assessment. For example, the service, supervisory authorities, or other authorities that are involved in this process will need that they will have to allocate the needed resources. For example, if a sector has a low or risk level, then they will have to allocate fewer resources because you have to focus your resources on areas that have a high or medium to high risk level. So that is why, according to the standard, we have to update periodically the risk so that we know the current situation, because the situation is evolving, is changing, the legal framework is changing as well, the tools are changing. That is why it is of critical importance for this risk assessment to be conducted on a periodical basis so that authorities can apply appropriate measures depending on the risk level. Of course, it does not mean that a certain sector has a high risk or medium to high risk. All the companies in that sector will be monitored. No. This means that we have to plan certain activities for the whole sector. Regarding the insurance sector, the assessment was done on the basis of the practice accumulated by the supervisor. the leader of the evaluation group was the National Commission for Financial Markets. And on the basis of the experience they accumulated since the previous evaluation, they have assessed the risk level at medium. It does not mean that the companies that have drawbacks or deficiencies will be subjected to certain interventions or monitoring. Well, they might be monitored, but because of other factors, as a result of other developments, not because of the risk level assigned in the risk assessment report. So that is why this risk assessment report changed the concept of preventing and fighting money laundering and terrorist financing. It was introduced in the law since 2018, and it requires a change in the attitude of reporting entities. As I've said, because the reporting entities have many transactions, some of them have hundreds of thousands and even more, so they cannot physically check all of the transactions. That's why they need to have an algorithm, and the solutions implemented have to be implemented according to some scenarios, and they have to focus on anomalies identified, something that is not in line with a normal behavior or a normal trend. So, as I've said, the risk assessment allows to allocate, invest resources in the most problematic areas. For example, if a supervisor comes and asks you, why haven't you taken any measures in this area? And if you have a risk assessment, and if you have a software generating these risk scenarios or can generate some red flags, you can show that that specific area was not identified as a risky one. So the reporting entity is helped to identify the areas that are subjected to higher risks that need to be analyzed in more details. That's why I wanted to underline that the risk assessment is helpful to all of us, for us to understand where to allocate our resources. At the next step, the sector assessment report and then the risk assessment report at the entity level will help allocate resources at those levels. Thank you very much for your answer. We will have a 5-minute technical break, and then we will continue with the next session. And next, we will speak about open banking, about PCR2 and how they are implemented at the regions level, the main challenges encountered by implementers and regulators. The session will be shorter, but it will be very interesting, so please stay tuned.
dată suntem la final de zi și mă bucur foarte mult că suntem în acest panel special, această sesiune
Welcome
specială.
back. We are coming to a close, but we still have a special panel. We call it special because it will help us understand better what open banking means, because there are a lot of discussion about this too. What will be the impact on the financial sector, both banking and non-banking? And as a last exercise for today, we have planned a discussion with those that have revolutionized this market in the regional perspective, and they have high ambitions to go even further. I'm speaking about Salt Age Company. I am pleased to invite Cristian Gheorghița, who will speak about the challenges encountered by regulators, by the ones who are regulated in the open banking area. So, Cristian, welcome. Thank you very much for your invitation. Good day to everyone, both those who are present here in the room and those who are watching us online. Today, we will speak about open banking. So let's start with some history, what open banking means. The open banking industry actually started in the 2000 when the first platforms to compare the prices for goods and services using a specific technology. Later, the concept of data extraction in the financial industry, that is now called open banking, appeared. And then starting with 2016, when PSD2 was approved in the European Union, open banking became a kind of mainstream. But after 2019 elapsed, we have found that open banking became an initiative adopted at the global level. On the screen, we can see several examples. Let's start with Asia. In Asia, Australia has become the first country to adopt open banking in the law. The next, New Zealand, comes. In Japan, South Korea, Singapore, and Hong Kong, open banking, unfortunately, is still at the level of an initiative. They are discussing, making reviews, analysis, but there are no regulations passed by central banks. Regarding the situation in Americas, the first country to adopt open banking in the law was Brazil by the end of 2021. But open banking in Brazil was extended. In Europe, we are aware of PSD2 and the concept, and the open banking is imposed by financial institution. In Brazil, it is imposed on non-financial or non-banking institutions, such as charity companies, whereas in North America, Canada is moving towards passing the first legislative draft. In USA, unfortunately, there is no regulatory framework in place because there is a heavy lobbying, because this country has large companies that are backed or are funded by industries that use screen scraping technologies. For those that are not aware of screen scraping technology, screen scraping and open banking have the same goal, but screen scraping is a non-regulated technology, which means that when you want to retrieve data from a banking interface, you have to enter your login and password. So there are many security-related discussions if screen scraping is secure enough. What open banking means? At the technical level, or PSD2 in Europe, stipulated that banks must provide user data, because these are your data as a client using certain infrastructures. This infrastructure is known as API, and PSD2 directive describes two types of such interfaces that have to be implemented. These are the following: account information service provider. The second one is the payment initiation service provider. And here we can speak about the difference between payment initiation in open banking and payment initiation of other types. And the last one is balance checking. Let's continue with more interesting things. I don't know what is happening with the slides. I think it's okay now. Yes, now it's okay. So what is the situation in Europe? After 2019, when we had the last deadline for banks to comply with PSD2, Soltage integrated these interfaces, and now we have about 3,000 out of 5,000 or 6,000 banks in EU, and we prepared this report where we try to identify in what countries or regions and what banks have the best interfaces, the most user-friendly interfaces, and which are compliant with the directive from the technical point of view. And we have found that in UK, the country that implemented the directive earlier, or they took earlier measures to prepare the banks had a bigger availability of APIs, followed by a number of banks from the Central and Western Europe. But these statistics are for 2020. 2021 is the year when the report was published. And in 2022, I can tell you that the top changed a bit. UK is still in the top with a percentage close to 99. But I believe that the Czech Republic will be replaced by other countries. Let's continue. The challenges encountered by companies like Soltage. So let's see what PSD2 directive is about. The main stakeholders are the banks or financial banking institutions and third-party providers. These third-party providers that are regulated and need to have a certain type of license to access these interfaces, respectively user data, can be any business, but they must provide a certain type of financial services, be it credit or banking service. As Mozell said, that they have a license. And the license rules that allow you to use these interfaces, so you can use it to connect to the bank's interfaces. Soltage encountered the following problems. The first one and the biggest one was that each API interface is self-documented. So there is a document which stipulates what technical measures you have to have in place in order to have access to this data. Unfortunately, most of the banks have not documented very well this API. So respectively, in the process of integrating or when a user tried to make a connection, something went wrong. Another problem was related to the speed of the connection. There are plenty of technical stuff that are already on the screen, but everything was reduced to several things, such as the following. 4 golden rules. clear and complete documentation for a technical guide to understand how to access this interface, seamless user experience so that the user understands what he or she should do, fast communication and support, because nowadays to provide technical support is one of the most important business criteria, and dynamic registration. Why dynamic? Because if someone tried to write an email to a bank with a technical issue, good luck in getting a quick response. Usually, you have to wait for weeks or even months for a reply, and the whole integration and accessing process is very lengthy. You get frustrated, you lose your customers, you use businesses, and so on. On the screen, you can see the top brands that were the most user-friendly in terms of integration. And here you can see UK, Spanish, Austrian, Greek brands, and Western Union that is present worldwide. And we also made some statistics. You can see the percentage of banks that had great APIs. It's about 1/4. Percentage of banks that had so-so APIs, half of them, almost half of them, and very bad interfaces, almost 20%. Lessons learned. Or what lessons Moldova can use? Because we were discussing that Moldova is about to approve. It was already passed in the first reading, and they said that in the second reading, it will be passed during the summer session, but we will see. Okay, in the UK experience, there is an important stakeholder, but which is not a regulated stakeholder, which is monitoring the technical implementation of this standard by the institutions that have to implement it. And here we're speaking about technical standards. So we have PSD2, that is a directive, a law, and a technical directive, meaning that the institution, the bank, should know how to implement the technical steps. Open banking implementation entity is the entity monitoring the implementation of the directive by 9 biggest banks in UK. In UK, 90% of consumers are customers of 9 banks out of the 70. And every time when during the discussions with various stakeholders, with these third-party providers, with banks, with other sectors, if they try to develop certain improvements, then these guys from open banking implementation issue some guidelines, and they say that we have decided to improve things from the technical perspective. And at a certain point of time, Saltage, as an entity licensed in UK, we have the license as a third-party provider that allows us to access bank data. So we created the product on the basis of this guideline, which is called Customer Experience Guidelines. And in these guidelines, we found explanation how a user should give their consent, what should be the content of this consent. It is not about data processing, but it explains what actions should be taken immediately by the bank. Such a stakeholder that is not regulated, but which is part of this cycle in charge of implementing the directive, is monitoring the situation, is suggesting improvements, and is one of the most important stakeholders next to the central bank. Okay, let's see an example now. Thank you. The directive explains 4 types of authorizations, and one of them is displayed on the screen. This authorization is known app to app. So when we speak about open banking, Actually, we are speaking both about the law, technical part, and about customer experience. Unfortunately, the customer experience side is still not so developed in most of the European countries. In an ideal situation, a customer should be able to use several screens to confirm the product, to select the bank, read the consent, authorizes from the bank, and goes back. But in reality, a number of technical factors impede this. An example that we wanted to show comes from two banks, one from Italy and another one from Germany. The one from Italy requires two types of authorization. In the technical terms of the directive, it is called SCA. So it means the following: I initiated a payment, I accessed the bank's application that I have installed on my phone, I authorized for the first time. When the bank says, do you agree with this and that? And I say, yes, I agree. And after that, the bank goes through another authorization and tells, look, I need some more information. This is a user experience that creates lots of friction. The open banking users from many European regions do not use open banking to its fullest extent, and open banking, from our perspective, will continue to develop in at least the following 10 to 5 years.
In the example from Germany, a user, instead of being returned back to the vendor's app, is actually blocked. I confirm the payment and I don't know what to do. And this also creates technical issues in this user flow. Now let's talk about benefits. As a benefit, open banking can be used by every business. And we want to give some examples of how different non-financial, non-banking institutions could use open banking, and banks as well. Should we talk about non-financial, non-banking institutions? We talk about smaller costs for payments, because open banking as a structure was implemented to run down a bit the monopoly of Visa and MasterCard, which is omnipresent in Europe and all over the world. Secondly, this was done in order to help you move your data or view your data in all equipment applications that you want. A perfect example would be the following. Let's say I'm a business. I have accounts in 5 European countries, 5 different banks. I should access 5 different interfaces. For that, big corporations usually hire people to do that manually. And in case if they need to make a payment, or if I need to check if a payment was made, I need to access the respective interfaces. We call this multi-banking, meaning that all your accounts can be viewed from one interface only. And I'd like to give one more interesting example, and that's crediting part. We all saw that in Moldova, we have so many actors that offer microcredits, microfinancing only with UID and so on. But in terms of risks, the fact that you need to provide a lot of documents that you can sign on your own, you can falsify, you have a friend who gives you a copy as well, the risk of false information submission is very high. But when you digitalize this process of credit application and you give your data directly from the bank, where the bank can see your salary, the way you spend it, if you are a risky consumer, if you spend on gambling or things like that, then false data risk, false document risk is being reduced. By the way, during the time when COVID was most active, digitalization of crediting industry in Europe was at maximum rates. Let's see, what are the benefits of a third party? And we mean here third parties that are regulated according to the directive and access such interfaces. First of all, various business or study cases are created where we can digitalize and automate lots of processes. After that, the banks can be site having a number of interfaces that they have to open, which we mentioned at the beginning. They can go and open even more to monetize these interfaces that are not regulated, but which altogether go in a package, because the directive limits to, in a way, the access to data, and we mean payment accounts or the golden rule, as I call it, the accounts from which you can make online payments. And investment accounts, for instance, do not fall under the directive, and then the bank can offer that only provided there is a contract that it gets monetized. And based on various study cases, they can create new products. For instance, we have an example of Banca Transilvania from Romania, which is also a mother bank for Victoria Bank, which last year adopted a nice study case where clients of Banca Transilvania can connect all banks from Romania into the app of Banca Transilvania. And what does the bank do in this way? It can analyze the data and offer you various products if it understands what to do. It can convince you to move your accounts to their bank if you understand that the commissions are lower here. So open banking is an industry that using which you can do a lot of things. And the golden rule: happy customer generates more customers, which means that a customer that is happy with open banking services of their own banks will use the financial services from a different app, will spend more money there, will have to charge your own accounts, and so on. But open banking is the future of fintech, I can say. Lots of case study and businesses are developing based on this. And a little bit about Salt Edge. We have been doing open banking since 2013. We started with technology of screen scraping, and then PSD2 came into force, and we started to, in Europe, only open banking, because that was a bit of a gray area. It wasn't clear, is it prohibited or not? While in terms of solutions for banks, we actually develop such interfaces for banks, and it actually means that we work from both sides of the table. We develop interfaces, and at the same time, we offer the bank to connect it to other interfaces. So we are a one-stop shop for open banking. I think that's it. Do you have any questions? Well, even if we wanted to see questions, it's not visible. Please, my colleagues will send me questions if we receive them from online. Actually, I wanted to clarify one thing. You said that mostly you work in Europe, and I believe that you are not working here yet, given that the regulatory framework doesn't allow that now, or was that a different decision? Well, it's a gray area mostly, because we don't have a legal framework that would prohibit reading data through existing interfaces. So we supported the connection of banks from Moldova, but there wasn't quite a market for that. The feedback that we received from several crediting institutions that tried to enter the Moldovan market and to provide digital tools was that, unfortunately, the Moldovan market is not ready for open banking, because right now at that point, banks, it wasn't this year. At that point, banks were not offering enough digital products. And at the same time, our population is not using mobile banking or internet banking. And then when you try to compare between the ones going to the office to get a credit compared to the ones that are using mobile banking to do that, it was a very small rate and not profitable at all. We hope this will change. We believe this will change, especially since the directive will be adopted in Moldova as well. We hope that the biggest brands or various EMIs like Molcel will take over the experience that we see in Europe and in the world, will adopt it and will bring digital and financial banking services to Moldova. Actually, to make an overview of what was discussed in the opening panel and in the first panel, the intent is exactly that one, especially the first panel we discussed with Vasile, who is the part of the administration board of one of the largest bank of Moldova, and he said that while until recently the focus was mostly on compliance, now it's shifted somehow, and even the banks, which are usually deemed to be heavier to operate, and fintech is faster in this respect in terms of service provision. But even the banks started to look towards satisfying or meeting the needs of the consumers and by providing new digital services. And I think we can see that really in the last 1 or 2 years in the Republic of Moldova. Therefore, I understand this is interesting with the banks that did not do that at some point. And it gives you a feeling that maybe it is true. On the other hand, we see the trend of things changing. We have fintechs in payments, and not only in payments, which create a healthy competition, and that will unavoidably lead to the improvement of mechanisms that already exist. And you said that open banking is not only for the financial sector, and other sectors can be integrated as well in it, meaning as being interesting for other sectors as well. I think that certainly one of the most interested sectors will be telecom. I know that in our neighboring country, it's quite actively the largest telecom providers are actors in this field as well. Yes, in Romania, Orange Money launched their first digital wallet, 2 years ago. We tried to connect them, but something didn't work. But currently, with respect to biggest actors from Romania and neighboring countries that are not banks, but are electronic wallets, that is Revolut. Even if that sounds strange, Revolut has Romania as one of its largest markets. Currently, at a point, they had over 2 million single users, and UK was the first market. And I could say that it's not only telecom, but I can tell you that more sectors, or sectors that you would never think about, for instance, sectors dealing with cosmetic producers, production, big brands in Europe, they are interested by open banking because they see and they make their own calculation and they realize that it's more sustainable to use this. And the thing that I probably forgot to mention is that open banking will evolve into open finance, what we see now in the UK, which means that the concept of open banking will move out of payment accounts only towards any type of account, several types of payments. Because if we talk about one-time payments, you can make payments that would be made regularly or payments that would be made from a file, well, when a company wants to do that. So we need to learn. We need to follow good examples. We shouldn't be afraid to try. The fintech industry is barely starting in Moldova. I admit that there are fintechs, but they have to learn. And with this legal framework, I think that the competition on the financial market will grow exponentially, and the banks will understand that they should not compete only with other banks, because there will be other actors on the market, probably foreign actors. We don't know for sure, but this will only bring benefits to everyone, especially to us as users. I entirely agree with you. If there's anyone who needs some clarification from Cristian right now, I see a hand in the room. I would like to find out if in the open banking concept and the situation with Banca Transilvania, when a legal entity, I have to fulfill certain requirements. Sorry, they didn't use the microphone. It's really difficult to hear. It's about migrating from a bank to another. I would like to repeat the question because the ones that are online didn't hear it. So, if the open banking concept, or what you are developing as people who implement this actively, does that mean a way that facilitates the migration of accounts from one bank to another? Open banking as a concept, as legislation, is not about this movement of accounts, but this phenomenon has been happening for years in the UK now. And as this phenomenon is motivated by presence of open banking, is the following: banks, through open banking or adding open banking as a product value to their own product, motivate users to migrate from a bank to another. I read recently a very interesting case study. True, it was quite some time ago, but at some point in UK, there are two purely digital banks, two largest ones. And they were fighting for as many clients as possible. At point, one of these banks had an increase in some increase in tens of percent and managed to attract a huge amount of users only by providing additional services. I hope this answers your question. So it facilitates. Yes, exactly it does. And what about PSD3, which is part of such active discussions at European level? Do you think that could be the open finance thing or bring us closer to open finance? The concept of open finance emerged as a very modern notion, but it's nothing else but adding services or possibilities to what already exists in open banking. The UK migrates slowly towards this concept, and recently the regulator added another type of payment, which they call VRP. What MasterCard does through a simple payment when you pay for a service and it withdraws money without your presence. But the VRP concept means that this amount may change from depending on month and so on. So meaning that you give your agreement to a vendor so that they can regularly charge a payment. So it's like paying for your invoices, your utilities. This is an amount that permanently changes. And if you give your consent to Union Fenosa, which is our electricity provider, you will not even know that the money left. In Europe, however, the entity dealing with this group of experts, let's say, who are who worked on developing a technical standard, because I mentioned the UK and open banking and the technical standards. The technical standard developed by this initiative group is called Berlin Group because they are from Germany. So during the last 5 years, several versions were launched. The latest one in autumn started to have additional things such as payments that are called VRP in the UK, but they call them differently. Also, access to data should not be only from payment accounts, but also from other accounts as well. A big problem for the Germans is that banks don't want to give access to credit accounts because they don't define this account as a payment account. So yes, it will be there, but first they need to get to a compromise of what open finance means, what it should be from technical point of view. It should be approved by the European Commission, then move for several commissions, get approved. So 5 years time. Yes, I think it will last for at least 5 years. Are there any more questions in the room here about this topic? I didn't receive any questions from the online. So, well, if there are no questions, I hope you are open. When we arrange a post-DTFINCON, we already had a pre-DTFINCON. Let's leave the people digest the information provided today, and certainly once PSD2 starts to be implemented in Moldova in secondary legislation at the national bank level and other regulators, there will be dozens of situations that will need international expertise of such types, and of course, Saltage, in case if they would could be part of this process, and we would like that, given that you have the experience that you have. Now I see another question in the room, please. Sorry, I can't hear when they don't use the microphone. Again, I would like to repeat it. In case if someone develops an application that encompasses interfaces of all banks, will that discourage banks to invest in their own apps or not? The answer: banks were always resistant to make any movement. Respectively, this is the reason why open banking is not as successful as it should have been when it was meant to take the place of MasterCard and Visa. You have instant payments with your phone, you don't need to provide the data and so on. But over time, banks started to understand that if they cooperate with these actors, with a company, app, etc., they can reach to have products that are both competitive and bring them money. So it would be something that they can monetize on. There are many examples in Europe where banks cooperate with various companies, such as Saltage, when we talk about apps, because to a large extent, people that create these apps and create this logic of analysis and so on, they are the only one who can do it. Banks don't have such resources. So they join forces. And when they join forces, products that are created are more innovative. And right now, we didn't see banks being discouraged by these apps. One explanation potentially would be the directive that they have to follow. And if a bank does not meet its KPIs written in certain documents, then questions will be raised. Okay, thank you very much, Cristian, for this introduction to open banking PSD2, PSD3. And well, we look forward to host you over at following editions of DTFINCON. And the ones that are in front of our screens and in front of and in our room, we'd like to say goodbye, and we'll see you again tomorrow on the second day of a conference. We will focus on 2 dimensions: e-commerce and its challenges, and financial inclusion and the way it can be boosted, developed. So the way it could be developed. Thank you very much and see you tomorrow.